Good morning, everyone. It is now 10:25 a.m. and I am going to call the meeting of the State Bar Board of Directors. Everybody, if life didn't have challenges, it wouldn't be as much fun. And so we really appreciate everybody's patience. We appreciate you sticking with us and working through this. We feel really good about all of the business that we have to accomplish today. And so let's do this, guys. We have now moved the location of the chair of the board from the Stuart Morris boardroom to room or suite 300 within the Texas Law Center. And so with that, we're going to resume by calling the roll call, and I invite you, Mr. Executive Director, to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, please announce here when your name is called. Mr. Augusto.
I am here.
Mr. Amenzon has an excused absence. Mr. Baruch.
Here.
Ms. Bim.
Here.
Ms. Brooker.
Here.
Mr. Calvillo.
I am here.
Mr. Carlos Cardenas.
I'm still here.
Mr. Luis Cardenas.
Here.
Mr. Kovacis.
Here.
Mr. Charbonnet.
Here.
Ms. Clark.
Here.
Ms. Cordova.
Here.
Mr. Crosley.
Here.
Ms. Davis.
Here.
Judge Earl.
Here.
Ms. Barunda Firth.
Here.
Mr. Fisher.
Here.
Ms. Forbes.
Present.
Ms. Gibson.
Here.
Mr. Ginn.
Here.
Mr. Goss.
Here.
Mr. Harris.
Here.
Harrison.
Here.
Ms. Hoskins.
Here.
Mr. Huddleston.
Here.
Mr. Hurst.
Here.
Mrs. Ronnie.
Here.
Ms. Kern has an excused absence. Mr. Kroger has an excused absence. Justice Lehrman will be joining us later. Ms. Cortez Matas.
Present.
Mr. McDonald.
Present.
Mr. McDougall.
Present.
Ms. Cara Miller.
Here.
Ms. Mount has an excused absence. Ms. Murphy has an excused absence. Ms. Naylor.
Here.
Judge Newell. Ms. Rispoli.
Here.
Mr. Ritter.
Here.
Mr. Schrammick.
Here.
Mr. Shumbato.
Here.
Ms. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Sergi.
Still here.
Mr. David Smith.
Here.
Mr. Jason Smith.
Here from Fort Worth.
Mr. Michael Smith.
Here.
Mr. Todd Smith.
Here.
Ms. St. Ives Brewer has an excused absence. Mr. Sood.
Here.
Mr. Toby.
Here.
Mr. Tolchin has an excused absence. Judge Troncali.
Here.
Mr. Vargas.
Present.
Mr. Vasquez.
Here.
Ms. Pack Wilson. Ms. Wooten.
Present.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. And next, I'd like to invite our highly respected jurist and fellow board member, Judge Elizabeth Earl, to lead the Board of Directors in the invocation. Judge Earl, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And please join me for the invocation. Heavenly Father, God of wisdom, fill each heart here with clarity as we begin our work in service to our fellow Texans, to our noble profession, and to the State Bar of Texas. Give us a unity of purpose and guide us in our decision-making as we work to bring greater justice to our state. In your wisdom, guide our minds toward the path that's fulfilled the commitments we've made to our service here and to the members of this organization, and energize each of us with the spirits of unity and service as we carry this work home to all corners of this great state we are so blessed to call home. In your name, amen.
Thank you so much, Judge Earl. Beautiful invocation. With that, I'd ask Director Jason Charbonnet to please unmute himself and lead us in the pledges.
All right, from Fort Worth, it can be kind of hard to stand, everybody, but I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you so much, Director Charbonnet. Just a reminder to everybody that during the course of the meeting, if you plan on speaking, please make sure that your video is visible. If you're speaking, also, please make sure to unmute yourself first. And in addition to that, let's also make sure not to use the chat feature. I believe the chat feature has been disabled, but just as a reminder, for open records purposes, we do not want to use the chat feature during the course of the meeting. And so with that, welcome everybody to the January quarterly meeting of the Texas State Bar Board of Directors. I'm happy to see you all, even if it's via Zoom, and really look forward to seeing everybody in person, hopefully, at our April board meeting in El Paso, where we'll get to visit our President Firth in her hometown. And so I'm looking forward to that. We have a busy agenda today, and we've gotten off to a little bit of a late start, but everybody looks fresh. Everybody looks energized and ready to go and ready to conduct business on behalf of the State Bar of Texas. So thank you all for being here with us. Thank you for being patient, and let's go ahead and get started. At this time, we're going to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Members of the public will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn to speak, and I will address them to indicate when it is that they can begin speaking. Each member of the public will be given 3 minutes to speak. At the 3-minute mark, I will ask each of the public or members of the public to finish their comment if they haven't already done so. And with that, do we have any members of the public who have signed up to speak via Zoom? I believe the answer to that is no. We do not have any members of the public who have signed up to speak via Zoom. Are there any members of the public who have appeared in person at the Texas Law Center today to speak?
No one has appeared.
No one has appeared. And so with that, the public comment period is now closed. Just another reminder, board members, during the remainder of the meeting, if you wish to speak at any time, please unmute yourself, make sure your video's on, raise your hand using the Zoom feature for raise your hand, and state your name, and I will call on you to speak. And next, we're going to move on to the presentation of resolutions. Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Santos, and thank you everyone for joining us today. I have the honor of presenting 3 resolutions today. 2 are memorial and 1 is a celebratory one. So the first resolution is in honor of Charles F. Aycock. Charles, or Charlie Aycock, a past president of the State Bar of Texas, passed away at age 80 on November 9th. Mr. Aycock served as State Bar president from 1999 to 2000, focusing his efforts on streamlining the bar's committees, implementing a new budget system, and tackling concerns about the unauthorized practice of law. He was a member of the State Bar Board of Directors from 1990 to 1993, served on the District 13 Grievance Committee, and was past chair and life fellow of the Texas Bar Foundation. After earning his law degree from the University of Texas, Mr. Aycock served as an assistant attorney general before returning to the Texas Panhandle to join the Aldridge and Harding law firm in Farwell, where he soon became a partner. He also served as county attorney for Palmer County for more than 23 years. He loved being a country lawyer, handling land sales, writing wills, and practicing family law. Every once in a while, it's been said he accepted a sack of vegetables from a farmer for his services. After he retired from private practice in 2004, Governor Rick Perry appointed him to the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, where he served until 2011. Today, we honor Charlie Aycock with a resolution for his outstanding service to the State Bar of Texas, his dedication to the Texas Panhandle community, and his unwavering commitment to the legal profession as a whole. The second memorial resolution is in favor of Alan K. Dubois. We are also honoring another past president who recently left us. Alan Dubois passed away on January 9th at the age of 76. He served as State Bar president from 2015 to 2016 and focused his efforts on raising awareness of the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program and the Sheeran Crowley Memorial Trust. Mr. Dubois' candid disclosure of his previous alcohol dependency and his decades-long sobriety instilled hope that recovery is possible. His awareness efforts during his presidency raised more than $500,000 for the Sheeran Crowley Memorial Trust. That funding met Texas attorneys, judges, and law students seeking treatment for substance use, depression, and other mental health issues could get financial assistance to get the life-saving help they needed. Alan served on the State Bar Board of Directors as president of the San Antonio Bar Association and as trustee of the Texas Bar Foundation, where he remained a life fellow. He served the legal profession in countless other ways, including as chair of the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program Committee and the Texas Center for Legal Ethics. He was a volunteer with the Texas Lawyers Concerned for Texas Lawyers, a founding member and longtime volunteer attorney for Texas Lawyers for Texas Veterans. And he was also a member of the State Bar's Local Bar Services Committee. Just last year, in 2021, Mr. Dubois received an outstanding 15-year lawyer award from the Texas Bar Foundation for exhibiting the highest principles and traditions of the legal profession and service to the public. In addition to garnering respect for his acumen as a trial attorney and mediator, Alan was widely regarded in San Antonio and throughout all of Texas for his warmth, kindness, and dedication to helping others. Today, we honor Alan Dubois with this resolution for his lifetime of exceptional service. Finally, we're joining the Texas Bar College in the celebration of their 40th anniversary. On December 14th, 1981, the Texas Supreme Court formally established the College of the State Bar of Texas for the purpose of recognizing members of the State Bar who maintain and enhance their professional skills and the quality of their service to the public by significant voluntary participation in continuing legal education. Former State Bar President Jim Baumer was the college's first chair and noted in the Texas Bar Journal that although the college is without a campus, it has the finest student body in the world. J. Chris Doherty served as the college's first vice chair and was also the college's first certified member. On February 6, 2002, the college was incorporated as a Texas nonprofit corporation, and it currently has 4,800 members. There's much work to celebrate from the last 40 years, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to give you a few highlights. The college provides scholarships to CLE courses for legal aid attorneys so they can stay current on vital developments and changes in their practice areas. In 2005, the college established an endowment fund to support educational projects that improve the lives and practices of all Texas attorneys so that they can better serve their clients. The Endowment Fund operates a CLE subsidy grant program to assist local and minority bar associations and pro bono organizations that have limited resources in bringing quality CLE activities to their areas. The endowment provided funding for the Oyez, Oyez, Oyez education project maintained by the Texas Bar's Law-Related Education Department to ensure students and teachers have the resources they need to fully explore the important role of the judiciary. The Endowment Fund has also funded projects that provide direct support for Texas lawyers' substance use and mental health recovery needs through the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program. Finally, in the wake of Hurricane Harvey in 2017, the College Endowment Fund donated to the Houston Volunteer Lawyers Program and to Lone Star Legal Aid to fund projects that provided direct legal services to low-income Texans coping with storm-related legal issues. With this resolution, we're proud to recognize the 40th anniversary of the Texas Bar College and its legacy for excellent work. It's my understanding we have someone online to virtually accept this resolution and make a few brief remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm Karen Locke, and I'm the current chair of the Texas Bar College. Thank you so much for you and your board for recognizing this monumental achievement of our group. So not only are we at almost 5,000 members, having started out with only 13 members, we also have a record CLE event that draws in almost 300 members for CLE during the summer in Galveston. That has been ongoing for many years due to the great work of our past members, as well as past board members and leaders. I'd like to also acknowledge that due to the great work of Catherine Carodi, as well as Hetty Bauer, we've been able to up the membership continuously, actually exponentially, even during COVID, which all of us know was quite the challenge. I have the privilege of serving with Dylan Drummond, who led this 40th anniversary with activities, as well as a request for this recognition. So I would like to turn that over to Dylan to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Karen and Madam President. I won't add much. It's already been said. I just want to thank the board for considering this resolution today. The college is the creation of former Presidents Jim Bomer and Franklin Jones, and hopefully we have upheld the high standards that they set for us 40 years ago. So thank you for considering the resolution.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the resolutions for today.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay. Thank you, Madam President. With that, we're going to move on to the report from our Executive Director. Mr. Executive Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Obviously, the Omicron variant has affected our planning for live events. We regret that we were unable to hold this board meeting in McAllen as originally planned. Instead of meeting there this month, we plan to host the September board meeting in McAllen. So we look forward to that opportunity. CLE sections and other departments that have in-person events in the next few weeks are monitoring the COVID-19 conditions carefully and are adjusting their scheduling and planning accordingly. Decisions are being made for each event on an individual basis and as to whether it will be held in person, virtual, or hybrid. I want to stress that the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program continues to provide its 24/7 helpline. TLAP also maintains a wellness toolbox webpage full of resources for lawyers, judges, and law students struggling with mental health issues or needing recovery support during this difficult time of the pandemic. These resources are accessible through the State Bar COVID-19 webpage, as you can see at texasbar.com/coronavirus or at texasbar.com/TLAP support toolbox that is shown there on the screen. I also want to stress that the State Bar remains fully operational as it has from the beginning of the pandemic. We continue to balance the goals and objectives of our organization with the safety and well-being of our volunteers and staff. Despite all of the uncertainty that the pandemic has heaped upon us over the past 2 years, I'm proud to say that our volunteers and staff have remained steadfast in their devotion to the legal profession and their commitment to the State Bar's mission and certainly the people we all serve. A happy piece of news from the holidays that I want to share is that our staff was able to help 20 families across Texas this year with Walmart gift cards using money from our own events budget. This was in lieu of the regular giving of gifts to needy families that we normally do through our holiday party basket fundraiser here at the Law Center. That again had to be canceled this year because of the pandemic. So kudos to our staff for all of these efforts. If you read my December TBJ column, you know about our new advertising review portal. This new tool makes it faster and certainly more convenient for our members to submit advertisements and solicitation communications for State Bar review and approval. Early user feedback has been very positive. Lawyers can access the portal from their My Bar page to easily complete an advertising review application, upload media files, pay fees, check the status of recent submissions, and receive status notifications from the State Bar. There is a helpful instructional video on the portal that I'd like to share with you at this point. With you at this point.
Welcome to the State Bar.
Okay, we won't be able to share that with you, but I can assure you it is it's very technically savvy, and it has been a tremendous benefit for our members. And again, we have received a lot of positive feedback from that. I encourage you to go online and check out that instructional video when you get a chance. I think you'll be pleased with the way it's set up and plays. The new portal is the result of very much hard work by our State Bar leadership and State Bar staff, and it reflects input from dozens of lawyers across the state and law firms who shared ideas on how to improve and review the process. It's just another example of being responsive to our members, their feedback and their needs. So I commend the State Bar for making this significant improvement. My column for the upcoming February Texas Bar Journal offers some interesting stats on how the State Bar of Texas compares to other large bars on key metrics. You can see there on the screen that this information is from the 2021 state and local benchmarks survey, and it shows how Texas compares to other mandatory bars that have at least 50,000 members. So first, you see that Texas is second in the number of active members, behind California and ahead of Florida and DC. Second, you see that Texas has the lowest dues rate of any of these bars. The next graph shows the number of staff with 264 full-time equivalents. The Texas bar has more staff than DC and less than California and Florida. Next up is the budget, and the Texas bar has the second smallest total budget. And then the final graph shows the total cost to practice in the state, which includes dues and mandatory fees. So in Texas, the cost is $300, and that includes the maximum dues level, which is $235 a year, plus the $65 mandatory legal services fee. Again, you can see that Texas compares favorably with DC at a cost of $549, California at a cost of $463, and Florida at a cost of $265. These numbers indicate our continued commitment to providing value to Texas lawyers and the public while continuing to keep our costs down. I want to give you a brief update on the McDonald case. In September, as you know, the board approved changes to bar rules and policies in response to the Fifth Circuit panel opinion in McDonald, which upheld the constitutionality of the majority of the bar's challenged activities. In December, U.S. District Judge Lee Yackel issued his final judgment. In accordance with the Fifth Circuit panel opinion, the final judgment enjoins the state bar from, and I'm quoting, using plaintiffs' mandatory dues to support lobbying or legislative activities, including such activities by the Texas Access to Justice Commission, seeking substantive changes to Texas law unrelated to regulating the legal profession or improving the quality of legal services. And I'll close the quotes there. The plaintiffs have since filed a petition for writ of certiorari with the United States Supreme Court, and our legal counsel will have a more detailed report later in the meeting. Next up is our Staff Excellence Award, and it's my privilege to recognize and present this quarter's Staff Excellence Award to Laurie Owen. Laurie has been with the membership department since 2019 and is a valuable and productive part of their team. Laurie's primary responsibility is to help lawyers reinstate their licenses to active status, and she processes about 500 reinstatements each year. Since Laurie has taken over those responsibilities, reinstatements are processed with record efficiency within a day or so of receiving the required paperwork. Laurie's always willing to help wherever she's needed within her department and beyond. When another department needed help because an employee was going on leave, Laurie didn't hesitate to step up, train with the other department for several weeks, and take on the additional tasks while the employee was out. Not only did she take on the additional job duties from an area she had never worked in before, but she also continued to manage her own workload successfully and without a hitch. Laurie fully understands the importance of stellar customer service, and she handled over 5,500 phone calls herself in 2021. Laurie is kind, considerate, and conscientious when speaking with attorneys and the general public. I want to share a couple of comments with you from State Bar members. One said, wanted to say Miss Laurie was fantastic to chat with. She answered my questions promptly and succinctly. She was pleasant to speak with and had a cheerful demeanor. Another said, I'm writing to give the highest praise to Miss Owen, who assisted me in getting my bar status changed from inactive back to active in less than 24 hours after my initial inquiry to the bar. Miss Owen delivered patient, sterling service to me in this process and helped me accomplish this important transaction in timely fashion. Having this change on my bar record will be of great service to me during my job search as I re-enter the job market. Ms. Owen's service is a credit to the State Bar of Texas. You have a kind, capable person in her. Laurie, job well done. I commend Laurie for her service to the membership department the State Bar of Texas, and our lawyer members and the public. Thank you, Laurie, for all you do. We're proud of you, and we're proud to stand with you. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, that completes my report.
That's a lot of phone calls.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Are there any comments or questions from any of our directors? Seeing none, we are next going to take an agenda item out of order. I know that Director Fisher has told me that he has to leave a little bit earlier today. And so we are going to take agenda item number 24 out of order. And if you all recall, at our September 2021 meeting, Director Fisher introduced a proposed resolution regarding remote proceedings. There was also at that meeting a motion to postpone a vote on that resolution until today's meeting, and discussion between Director Fisher and Director Schrammick about making modifications to that proposed resolution. Since then, I can tell you all that Director Fisher, Director Schrammick, and Director Wooten have all worked very hard to make changes to that resolution, and have been hard at work making sure that that resolution is in a good place. And so with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Director Fisher to address the board.
Great. Thanks for taking me out of order. I think many of you know or should know that this is probably the item that the general legal public is most concerned about what we do today. They probably don't have that much interest in some of the other things. And I didn't invite a bunch of people, a bunch of lawyers to speak this time, but I could tell you they still contact me now and then. I had a screen share because it turned out that I had COVID, and just another great advantage of Zoom was I was able to try a case with my dog in bed for the entire case. But Susan looked at the picture and she seemed to say that my dog and I have the same groomer, so it's probably not really necessary to show the photo. But Adam greatly helped by putting in wording in detail that I think is good for everybody. We really have no differences. There is something that the remote task force is looking at. It's 500.10. And it talks about Zoom and court appearance as being pretty much equal. My only small concern about that is a lot of attorneys complain about home cooking. It's not a personal complaint. I've done appearances in like 80 counties, and I really find attorneys, judges everywhere are friendly and fair, but I wouldn't want them to say, well, you live 700 miles away, you can't use Zoom and you'll have to come. Like Adam says, we're trying for incremental change. I hope that Ms. Wooten can point that out to the committee she works on. But otherwise, I'd rather just turn it over to Adam. And he can explain his wording if he likes, or he can call for a vote. Thank you very much, Santos.
Thank you, Director Fisher. Director Schrammick, are you ready to address the board?
Yes, I am. And if I could get screen sharing allowed, I'd like to put the resolution up.
Yes, I believe Lowell has it ready to go.
Perfect. So what we did, I worked with Steve and I worked with Ken. And by the way, I'm going to try to keep this short. I know we're running behind. And the irony of this resolution with today's technical problems is not lost on me, okay? But let's face it, we're still far ahead. And if I'd have had to fly to Houston to get to the Valley, all the flight delays add up, all that time, we are so far ahead having used Zoom today, folks. This resolution says that, we start with the whereas clauses about the value Zoom has brought to the legal system, how it increases access to justice, how it decreases costs for clients, and it explains the current process we're in for getting some changes made to Texas law. It talks about the remote task force proceeding, which the Texas Supreme Court put together. They created subcommittees. Kenan Wooten. Director Wooten's on one of those subcommittees. Director Baruch has assisted in that subcommittee process. We've had a lot of lawyers across Texas, including judges, participating in it. And right now, they have proposed a set of rule amendments that they sent to the Texas Supreme Court that would allow Zoom to continue post-pandemic. It makes changes such as allowing subpoenas to be enforceable statewide to compel somebody up in, I'll use President Firth's example. In El Paso, I can compel someone in El Paso to get on Zoom and participate in my hearing. So those sort of practical common sense changes, I think they're going to be very good. That being said, the next step in the process is going to be reviewed by the Supreme Court Rules Committee. So what we're saying today, if you get to the end of it, the language on the supports, if you want to scroll down just a little lower, what we're supporting today is that effort. We're saying Supreme Court, we support that effort. We're saying task force, we support that effort. We're giving them our support to continue the process. We're not currently taking any position on the actual amendments that have been proposed. There's going to be, I believe, and I'm going to ask Director Wooten real quickly to comment upon this. There's going to be a process that's going to allow that in the future. We may want to do more in the future, but today we say this is important to the attorneys of Texas. We support the process, and we want to get Zoom in a place where it can be used going forward. Always will be optional. Of course, there's going to be judicial discretion, and we can argue how much judicial discretion there should be, all those details. But today we're saying it's not a question of, if, it's a question of when. And that's what the resolution is about. And with that, I think what I need to do is make a friendly amendment to Director Fisher's proposal that he provided last time. Director Fisher, is that friendly amendment taken?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd also like to add that I hope that Lowell would send this out to the bar membership, and so that people know that we're working for them. But yes, friendly amendment accepted.
Thank you so much, Director Schrammick. Now, at this point, I'm not sure that a friendly amendment is the appropriate vehicle since it's a new meeting. So why don't we go ahead, Director Schrammick or Director Fisher, and have one of you make a motion on the proposed resolution that's currently on the screen, and we can take a vote once we have a second and discussion on the motion that's before us currently.
Steve, this is yours. You should move for it.
I'll move that we pass this with Adams' amendment incorporated as written and presented.
And I'll second it.
Okay. And just to be clear, Director Fisher, you have moved to approve the proposed resolution currently on the screen share and included within the board packet for the January 2022 board meeting. And Director Schrammick has seconded. Is there any discussion?
I would just ask Kenan Wooten to give us just a short explanation of what she thinks the timing is going to be for the rules amendments.
Right.
Director Wooten, would you like to share that with the board?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to do so. In sum and in short, what's happening now is that the recommendations of the Remote Proceedings Task Force, as Director Schrammick indicated, have been passed on to the Supreme Court of Texas. And earlier this week, the Supreme Court of Texas referred the task force's proposal to the Supreme Court Advisory Committee for discussion and recommendations. The Supreme Court Advisory Committee is going to meet via Zoom on February 4th for initial discussion regarding the Remote Proceeding Task Force proposals. My understanding is that after that meeting, there will be assignments to the Supreme Court Advisory Committee's subcommittees for further analysis and discussion of the task force's proposals. I expect that after that additional discussion occurs at the subcommittee level, the full Supreme Court Advisory Committee will then again discuss the task force's proposals with any modifications suggested by the Supreme Court Advisory Committee subcommittees. In terms of how long that process will take, it will depend on a lot of different variables, but I suspect that you'll see these things moving through the Supreme Court Advisory Committee within the next 3 to 5 months, and then they'll go on to the Supreme Court. As suggested by the name Supreme Court Advisory Committee, it is an advisory committee. So nothing that the committee says is binding on the Supreme Court of Texas. The Supreme Court of Texas will take into consideration what the task force has put out, any changes suggested by the Supreme Court Advisory Committee, and then the Supreme Court will likely issue proposed amendments to rules. The Supreme Court of Texas pursuant to the government code, will offer a public comment period on the proposed rules that it puts out in an administrative order. And then the Supreme Court of Texas may modify its initial proposed amendments in light of the public comments received. After that process, the Supreme Court of Texas would then issue final rule amendments. So we will see several opportunities along the way for additional feedback at the Supreme Court Advisory Committee level, and then again, after the Supreme Court of Texas issues proposed amendments in its first administrative order. I'll be happy to provide any additional information that you all want, but in the interest of moving things along, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Keenan.
Thank you, Director Wooten. Director Smith, I see that you have your hand raised virtually. You have the floor.
Yeah, I sure appreciate the work of Directors Schrammick and Fisher putting this together. Reading it, while I'm all for remote proceedings when appropriate, I also think it's important to be able to walk into a courtroom and have proceedings. And my fear about remote proceedings is that they're going to swallow in-person hearings, which I believe brings an added element of accountability in our system of open government and open courts. I guess I would ask if y'all would be open to a line that that would capture that we still believe in litigants being able to attend court in person as appropriate, or remote proceedings when appropriate. My worry is we're just sending the message that we really like remote proceedings over in-person proceedings, and I don't think that's the intent. But just reading this, I don't believe that it touches on those items. So I guess would the committee or the sponsors be open to a friendly amendment that it says, whereas the state bar, or whereas the Board of Directors of the State Bar of Texas still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, but would want to encourage the remote proceedings as appropriate before therefore be it resolved.
I personally don't think
hold
that
on,
would.
Director Fisher. We've got a process for this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so, Director Smith, we have a main motion on the floor, and while sometimes in board meetings people offer a friendly amendment, once a main motion is made and has been seconded, in order to the motion now belongs to the Board of Directors, not the maker of the motion. And
Okay.
so in order to amend what Director Fisher has moved for it, we would need a motion to amend, Director Smith. And so if it's your intent to make a motion to amend, we can then, if it receives a second, take a vote on that motion to amend. So if you're making a motion to amend, let's state that clearly. And then we'll ask for a second and take a vote on your motion to amend.
Yes, I have a motion to amend the resolution to add after the last whereas sentence, whereas the Board of Directors still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, comma, it it wants to promote the value of remote proceedings where appropriate.
So let's see, what I had so far is whereas the board of directors still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, comma, and then I didn't catch that last part.
It hereby wishes to preserve the option of remote proceedings when appropriate.
Okay, I'm going to restate this just to make sure that we're clear. So Director Smith has moved to amend Director Fisher's motion to include a new line that says, whereas the board of directors still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, it hereby wishes to preserve the option of remote proceedings where appropriate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I didn't catch who the first person was.
Michael.
Okay, Director
And
Hirsch,
Yolanda.
Director Hirsch has seconded. Thank you, Director Cortez Matos as well. And so now that we have a motion to amend, is there any discussion on the motion to amend? I see Director Smith, you still have your hand up. Director Harris, you still have your hand up. And so Director Harris, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. This is not in regard to the amendment, but to the main motion. I suppose it applies to both. As a public member, I'm very pleased that with this, and I'm delighted and cannot wait to see the work of the task force for several reasons. One, this is about access to justice for the public. We often think on the board about how it affects attorneys, but this is about access to justice for the public. And it also is critical to reduce the cost and the burden to the public. So I fully support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Harris. I also see Director Toby. You have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to first of all commend Director Wooten and the subcommittees for their hard work on this. And they were not given a lot of time by the Supreme Court and have done a really, really great job with the task at hand. I reviewed the proposed rule amendments earlier this week, thanks to Director Schrammick sending them to me. I would like to speak out in favor of the Fisher motion and pose some opposition to the proposed amendment. The rules themselves do not provide a bias in favor of remote proceedings. They basically give the opportunity to have remote proceedings and give judges discretion about whether proceedings should be live or virtual. And I think that's what it ought to be. And I don't know that we should be getting in and taking sides saying in-person is better than remote. I think in some instances, in-person is clearly better than remote. I think in other instances, remote is clearly better than in-person. I think the pandemic has taught us some things, how we can increase efficiency. I agree with Director Harris that the cost savings to clients by remote proceedings cannot be understated in any way. And I would urge the board to approve the original motion and not the proposed amendment by Director Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Toby. Director Hirsch, I see that you have your hand up, but before we get to your comments, I want to remind the board that the comments currently that we should be hearing from the board of directors pertain to the proposed amendment to the motion, not the main motion. And so to the extent that you have a comment on the amendment, let's go ahead and hear it. Director Hirsch, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I echo what Director Toby just mentioned on thanking the committee and the subcommittee. It's very, very important work. I am in support of Jason's amendment because while remote proceedings have become not only important, but necessary given the circumstances, I also think that there is a critical importance to encourage judges and litigants to continue in-person proceedings. And I think that the motion or the resolution as originally proposed maybe doesn't provide that encouragement. So while they're just words, if you will, on reminding the judges and the courts that they have the option of remote versus in person, I do think that we should make sure that we remember where we came from and note that in-person proceedings are not going away. So that's why I'm in support of it. And I would ask that the board support the resolution with the amendment proposed by Director Smith.
Thank you, Director Hurst. I see Director Schrammick has his hand up. However, Director Forbes also has her hand up and she has not spoken yet. And so Director Forbes, you have the floor. Director Schrammick, I'll get to you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be sure I understand Director Smith's amendment. It's that the board acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings. And I mean, this is what I think would be better, maybe, or more succinct, and encourages the ongoing study for remote proceedings. I paraphrased it because I couldn't get it all down. Am I correct in the wording that Director Smith for this amendment?
Well, I'm going to read it because I wrote it down. It's important that we're clear on the language, right? So what I wrote down, and Director Smith, if this is incorrect, please let me know, but this is what was confirmed earlier. The proposed amendment is that we add the language, whereas the board of directors still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, comma, it hereby wishes to preserve the option of remote proceedings where appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if I could, it's my understanding, Director Forbes, that you're asking for a friendly amendment to use the phrase, it encourages the study of the use of remote proceedings when appropriate after the comma.
Well, not really a friendly amendment. It would be an amendment to your amendment, which then would require a second.
Just to remind the directors, all comments should be directed to me.
Oh,
so, but to clarify, Director Forbes is actually correct. So once we have an amendment to a motion on the floor, if there's an amendment to the amendment, whoever seeks to propose an amendment can do that. It's called the secondary amendment. And I haven't heard a proposed amendment to the amendment yet, but Director Forbes, continue if you're not done with your comments.
All right, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Director Forbes. Director Naylor, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I do support Jason's amendment, but have another amendment to propose that we also include in the support language below. I think Jason's proposal was to include a paragraph under the whereas section, but I think we should also include some language in the support section that may say in certain circumstances. So after remove impediments to remote proceedings in certain circumstances on both of the support languages.
Okay, so I believe that, okay. Can we pull the resolution back up on the screen? I want to be clear on your motion to amend, Director Naylor. So we're going to pull the resolution back up on the screen. Okay. And so before we ask for a second on your motion, Director Naylor, what I understand is that on Director Smith's proposed amendment that currently reads, whereas the board of directors still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, comma, it hereby wishes to preserve the option of remote proceedings where appropriate. Your amendment is to include the words in certain circumstances between proceedings and where appropriate.
No, my proposal would be under the support language below. So the support language would be, the State Bar of Texas supports the efforts of the Supreme Court of Texas and the task force to remove impediments to remote proceedings in certain circumstances, and supports the Supreme Court of Texas adopting and implementing rule amendments, removing impediments to remote proceedings in certain circumstances.
Okay. And so Director Naylor has made a motion to amend the proposed amendment to insert the following words in the current resolution. In certain circumstances at the end of, well, let me just sort of reread on the resolution at the bottom where it says supports the efforts of the Supreme Court of Texas and the task force to remove impediments to remote proceedings. We would add in certain circumstances, and below that paragraph, which says supports the Supreme Court of Texas adopting and implementing rules and amendments removing impediments to remote proceedings, we would add in certain circumstances. Is that correct, Director Naylor?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a second to Director Naylor's motion, secondary motion to amend?
I second it.
Okay. And since we're on Zoom, it's a little bit difficult for me to hear. Can the director who seconded first please identify themselves?
Jason Smith seconds it.
Okay. So Director Smith has seconded Director Naylor's motion to amend the amendment. And is there any discussion on that motion? In other words, we're going to limit our current discussion to Director Naylor's motion to amend the amendment. I see Director Schrammick has his hands up and he has not had an opportunity to address this specific issue. Director Schrammick, you have the floor.
Thanks. So the primary thing I wanted to focus this in on is the fact that we're not in the middle of the process, right? There are draft rules, and this issue of when do you do remote proceedings, where do you do them, how do you do them, do you give the judges discretion, that all of that is still going to be on the table. I suspect that is going to be a heavy part of the comment period that comes into play. But what I don't. And so this
if you're not speaking, please make sure to mute yourself so that we can hear the directors that are speaking.
And so I don't think it makes sense to change the support language because, I don't think. I don't think we should be removing impediments to remote proceedings in certain circumstances. I think we remove the impediments and then every case is going to be decided on their own merits. I think we need to give the judges discretion to determine, is this an appropriate case or not? I would hate a rule that says you could never have a jury trial remotely. Maybe you personally don't want to ever have one, but why would you put that rule in and bind everybody when remote jury trials are working for some people? They're necessary for some people in certain circumstances. So let's leave it. The change should be to support removing the impediments, right? And as far as, and giving the judges discretion as to when an appropriate case is requiring a remote proceeding at any step of the way. So I think by adding the concept of in certain circumstances, it suggests we're going to leave impediments in the rules that prohibits remote proceedings in certain circumstances. I don't support that. And that's why I don't support the amendment that's on the table. As far as saying in the whereas clause that we support, having, being in court live and in appropriate circumstances, I'm fine with it being in the whereas clause. Because that's just saying, look, judges are going to need discretion, but in the rules, we need to remove the impediments and allow litigants and the courts to have that discussion and make those decisions. So that's my view on that.
Okay. Director Charbonnet, I see that you have your hand raised. You have the floor.
I think that Director Schrammick answered, or I'm on board with what he was stating a moment ago about, as actually a sitting judge, I was wondering who is going to deem something appropriate or not appropriate. It doesn't state in there anywhere that I have seen yet that the judge or in the court is who is going to deem something appropriate or not appropriate. I don't know what I need to do to be able to add that in there as an actual amendment or to the amendment, but it needs to state somewhere in there that the judge in the case is the one that's going to decide whether it's appropriate or not.
Well, Robert's rules does not allow for tertiary amendments. So we have 2 amendments on the floor, and that's a limit under Robert's rules. And so once we're done with the comment period, we'll take a vote on the secondary amendment proposed by Director Naylor, but let's go ahead and continue hearing the comments. Director Sood, you have the floor.
Well, I think I agree with Director Stramick. I disagree with adding the in certain circumstances, and I think he articulated it better than I could have. And so I've really nothing else to add other than I agree with what Director Stramick said, and I would be opposed to that second amendment.
Thank you, Director Sood. Director Scott, I see your hand raised. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Director Stramick on the be it resolved language. And I guess it's not appropriate for me to make a comment about the amendment from Director Smith. Is that right?
Not at this point, because we're discussion on the secondary, or the secondary amendment. So that's
okay. That's my comment. That's my comment then.
Thank you. Director Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would join with Director Stramick in opposing the in certain circumstances additions under the resolved portion. The proposed rules themselves are designed to eliminate a ban on remote proceedings. So I don't think that anywhere in the proposed rules is there a suggestion that remote proceedings replace in-person proceedings. I think that's understood, and I think that will, again, as Director Stramick pointed out, will be the subject of the comment period. And people, I'm sure, will have some pretty strong opinions about when remote proceedings are appropriate and when they are not. And I would oppose us adding that language to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Toby. Director
Chairman Vargas, I'd like to call the question on Board Member Naylor's secondary amendment.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see who it was that asked to call the question. Could you please identify yourself?
This is Kate Bim.
Director Bim. Okay, Director Bim, thank you. Director Bim has moved to call the previous question, and that question specifically is Director Naylor's secondary amendment to add the language in certain circumstances to two different sections of the proposed amendment. All those in favor of calling the question, please unmute yourselves and respond by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to calling the previous question, please unmute yourselves and respond by saying nay. Okay, the ayes have it. And so at this point, board, we are going to take a vote on not an amended motion, but just the motion to amend the amended motion to add the language in certain circumstances and two different paragraphs within the proposed resolution. And so all those in favor of Director Naylor's motion to amend the motion, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to Director Naylor's motion to amend the motion, please respond by saying nay.
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 Okay. With that, it appears that the nays have it and the motion is lost. And so at this point, we're back to discussion, if any remaining discussion exists, on Director Smith's motion to amend Director Fisher's motion to adopt the proposed resolution. Is there any further discussion on Director Smith's motion to amend the proposed resolution to add the following language? Whereas the Board of Directors still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, it hereby wishes to preserve the option of remote proceedings where appropriate. Is there any further discussion on that? Director Toby, I see that you have your hand raised.
I should have lowered it from the prior. I do not have any additional comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Director Scott, I believe this is your second time speaking, and this will be the last before we take a vote. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. I'm in favor of this amendment. I think it's a good idea for the board because it's really sort of a policy statement and not we're trying to dictate what the rules should be or say. I think it's important that as part of this effort, we reaffirm that we are in favor of in-person proceedings. We think they are superior in some respects to remote superior in some respects. I just think we need to state our views on in-person and remote.
Thank you, Director Scott. Director Forbes, I believe that you've spoken twice on this issue already. If I'm mistaken, please let me know. I'm happy to let you speak again.
Well, Mr. Chair, I raised my hand because I want to move the previous question. I want to call the question to Director Smith's first amendment.
Okay. So given the amount of discussion that we've had on this particular motion to amend, Director Forbes has moved to call the previous question, which is to take a vote on the amendment proposed by Director Smith. All those calling the previous question, please respond by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to calling the previous question, please respond by saying nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. And so at this point, we will take a vote on Director Smith's amended motion, which has also been seconded. And I'm going to restate it to make sure that the motion in front of the board is clear. Director Smith has moved to add the following language in the proposed resolution that has been moved to be approved by Director Fisher. Quote, whereas, comma, the board of directors still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, comma, it hereby wishes to preserve the option of remote proceedings where appropriate. All those in favor of moving to amend the motion, just to be clear, we're not moving an amended motion right now. We're just moving to amend the motion. All those in favor, please respond. Please unmute yourself and respond by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Hello?
You just mute, you're muted,
Muted.
Mr. Chairman.
Santos, you're muted.
Sorry, we inadvertently muted on our end. Okay, what can somebody please tell me the last thing that they heard from me?
The vote.
Okay, so the result of the vote is that the ayes have it, and Director Smith's motion to amend Director Fisher's motion is adopted. And so at this point,
Chair, this is Kim.
There was no vote on the
There was no
nays.
call for the nay.
We
There was
didn't.
no call, yeah.
oh, I apologize. So I heard obviously myself asking for the nays, but apparently I was muted. So we have, let's go ahead and restart this vote so that we're absolutely clear.
Yeah.
Okay. The motion in front of the board currently is to add the following language to the proposed resolution. Whereas, comma, the board of directors still acknowledges the importance of in-person proceedings, comma, it hereby wishes to preserve the option of remote proceedings where appropriate. All in favor of amending the motion by Director Fisher, please respond by saying aye.
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 All opposed to the amendment, please respond by saying nay. All right, it appears that the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. At this point, we are going to take a vote on the amended motion. And so we have a proposed resolution that Director Fisher has moved to approve. It has been amended by the language added by Director Smith. All those in favor of the amended resolution, of approving the amended resolution, please respond by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please respond by saying nay. Okay, it appears that the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Director Ginn, I see that you have your hand up.
I just think you're doing a great job. I've never heard so many amendments in my life. Way to go, Santos.
Thank you, Director Ginn. Appreciate the vote of confidence. Okay. With that, we are going to take another item, agenda item out of order, and that specifically is the report from our esteemed Supreme Court Justice Lehrman. Justice Lehrman, and this agenda item specifically number 23 from Justice Lehrman, our Supreme Court liaison. Justice Lehrman, we're always happy to hear from you. Thank you for being with us. You have the floor.
Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all y'all's hard work on these important issues that we've been affected by because of this pandemic and the new options that are before us and on the table. So on behalf of the court, I want to thank you all. And I apologize for being late to the meeting. I was at a CLE. I was speaking and just now I've been able to get away from that. So as to our report, first of all, I'm sure that most of you know we have a newly appointed Justice, Evan Young, who was appointed by Governor Abbott, and he took the oath of office on November 10th, 2021. In November, the court named Megan Dubois as our OCA director to succeed David Slayton. Megan had assumed her new role on December 1st. And for those of you who don't know her, she's worked at OCA for 7 years. And at the time of her appointment, she was serving as Director of Public Affairs and Special Counsel. So we're very fortunate to have Megan. They were big shoes to fill, but she's doing a wonderful job. As you all know, unfortunately, we are seeing old challenges resurface. With the recent surge of Omicron, we had to close January oral arguments to the public, and attorneys and parties could appear in person, but we streamlined the oral argument live to our YouTube page for public viewing. The surge is affecting everyone throughout the state. Statewide, many courts have halted some or all in-person proceedings, and they report the need for continued flexibility to hold remote proceedings due to the crisis that we're presented with because of COVID. In response, the court extended its general emergency order, that's Emergency Order 47, to April 1st of this year. Much of that order is unchanged. Excuse me, but we did hear from the Children's Commission that in a few cases, about 20 statewide, courts will not be able to meet the CPS case February 1st disposition deadline set by our prior order. So we amended that order to allow the regional presiding judges to grant extensions, but there cannot be a cumulative total extension of more than 60 days. The court also amended its emergency order concerning the Texas Eviction Diversion Program to reflect that available funds have been depleted in Texas. The Department of Housing and Community Affairs, they have closed the portal established to collect these applications, and that happened on November 5th of 2021. We are hopeful that we'll be getting more money in the future from a redistribution of rental assistance funds, but the current, because the current depletion does indicate that Texas has been very successful in this program. The program has served over 308,000 families, and it's done more than any other emergency rental assistance program in the nation, paying out over $1.9 billion thus far. With regard to Operation Lone Star emergency orders, Governor Abbott has declared an immigration state of disaster for counties along the border and launched this program to make arrests for criminal trespassing. And of course, that requires appointed counsel. So we have issued 2 emergency orders relating to that action of the governor because there are too few attorneys on the border or in the border counties available for appointment. And we're working very hard to try to deal with that issue. The first order gives the counties authority to deviate from their rules and policies for appointed counsel so that other Texas attorneys can be appointed. And the second allows out-of-state lawyers to be appointed so long as they are under the supervision of a public or private defender's office. With regard to state bar rules, the court has been busy on this front as well. In October, the court approved amendments to the state bar rules at the request of the board in response to McDonald litigation. And the major change is that there's now a provision prohibiting state bar representatives from speaking on behalf of the full bar. In November, the court approved amendments to Article 1 of the state bar rules regarding membership eligibility for Texas Young Lawyers Association at the request of the board as well. The new definition for membership is all members of the state bar, irrespective of age, licensed 12 years or less at the beginning of each fiscal year, beginning on this June 1st. The Texas Board of Legal Specialization, in October, the court amended the standards for certification in civil trial law. The main change there was to decrease the number of trials needed for certification from 20 to 15 to address the trend in fewer civil trials taking place. The court, however, did not approve the request for more discretion in considering whether experience as a staff attorney qualifies as practice experience for specialization in criminal and civil appellate law. Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 57. In December, the court gave final approval to a rewrite of TRAP 57, which is the rule governing direct appeals to the Supreme Court. It's just making it much more clear about what's to be done. With regard to seizure exemption rules and forms, in December, the court also issued an order giving preliminary approval to rules and forms designed to notify judgment debtors of the personal property exemption rights and to assist them in asserting those rights. We are currently accepting public comment, and we will be doing that until early March. And we encourage feedback on this. We've done this as a result of the legislatures dictating that we do it, and we really want some feedback on that. CJC Canon 6B, last week we gave final approval to Canon 6B of the Code of Judicial Conduct to allow constitutional county court judges to act as arbitrators and mediators. For a long time, justices of the peace and municipal court judges have been able to do this. So this has made the rules more consistent with regard to those levels of judges. And that amendment took effect last week. And lastly, and of course, in accordance with the prior discussion with regard to remote proceedings, the Remote Proceedings Task Force, which, as you all know, is chaired by Chief Justice Christopher out of Houston, just submitted preliminary drafts of the remote proceeding rules. The Court Advisory Committee is slated to begin talking about these rules at the February 4th meeting, which will be broadcast via YouTube. I encourage you all to listen to that if you're interested in it. And it sounds like from the prior discussion that many of you are interested in that. Please know that we are currently in we're really working on what we're going to do, particularly in the situation where one of the parties objects to the remote proceeding. Again, as always, on behalf of the court, I want to thank all of you for your diligent work. You all have done such a wonderful job during a very, very difficult time, especially the last 2 years, always, but certainly the last 2 years have been particularly challenging for everyone. And we appreciate what you're doing, and the State Bar staff, as always, has just gone above and beyond with their dedication to the third branch of government and to our judicial system generally, which has never been more important than it is during these critical days. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Justice Lehrman. And let me tell you, on behalf of the State Bar, we really appreciate everything you do and everything the Supreme Court does to support the state bar. It's always a treat to hear from you. It's always a treat to see your face and receive these reports. And so thank you for everything. And thank you for being with us today. And with that, we are going to move on to agenda item number 8, which is a report from the chair of the board. Now, as you all can see from the agenda, there's a couple of different components to my report today. I'm going to give my general report. And then after that, we are going to hear from our board chair candidates. And so we're going to break this up. I'm going to give my general report. And then after that, we're going to take a quick break for people to grab some lunch, a short break. And then we'll come back and we'll hear from our different board chair candidates. And so moving on to agenda item number 8, which is my general report. I am going to be brief, but we have some important issues that I want to make sure that everybody's aware of. Starting off with some housekeeping items and specifically board effect. Jen wants me to convey to you all, and I want you all to understand and remember that board effect is extremely important. It really is the primary tool that we use to communicate important information to all of you. And so to that end, it's really, really important that you all understand how to use it. And you all are going to be receiving, as the board year goes on, receiving messages there, receiving notices there, receiving requests to RSVP to meetings. You're also going to use board effect for things like logging on to committee meetings, logging on to board meetings. And so to the extent that there's any confusion about how it is that board effect works, any questions that you have about board effect, make sure that you ask. For those of you who have been around long enough, you understand that Jen is an invaluable resource. She keeps us all both on track and on course. And if you have questions about board effect, go ahead and get them answered. Get them answered now. Get them answered before we have an important board meeting, and become familiar with board effect. It's important. It's not going away. We're going to continue using it. And it's such a convenient tool for us. And so we just want to make sure that you understand how to use it. And so ask those questions. We're happy to answer them. Moving on, several of you already have texasbar.com emails addresses or have had them for a while. And for the new members of the board, you should have received your addresses, I believe, in August. And when you did that, you should have filled out a survey to indicate whether you wanted all correspondence sent to your Texas Bar email address or to just be CC'd on that address. In any event, it's really important that you make sure that you know how to access your state bar email. To the extent that you don't, to the extent that you haven't yet, again, reach out to Jen. She can assist with that. And we want to make sure that you're receiving important information through your texasbar.com email address. And so let's make sure that any questions that you have on that front, let's get them answered sooner rather than later, because we relay important information through there, and we want to make sure that everybody's apprised of that information. A quick update regarding one of our public members, specifically public member Dr. Maria Hernandez Ferrier. She has resigned from the board because she moved out of state. And so for those of you who got to know Dr. Ferrier while she was on the board, I think that you will agree with me that we're going to miss both her leadership and her wealth of knowledge, although we know and we're confident that her friendship will be with us always. She was an outstanding board member. We're sorry to lose her. We wish her the absolute best in her new journey. And while her replacement has not yet been named, as soon as one is, we'll notify the board. Do we have any questions or comments from me on my report? Any directors? Seeing none, before we take a break for lunch, I believe we have to take one more agenda item out of order in the middle of my report. If you give me 1 second, I will tell you the agenda item number. Let's see. Okay. So I've just been informed that we will be taking agenda item 23C out of order, and that is specifically the report from our judicial section liaison, Judge Elizabeth Earl. Judge Earl, you have the floor. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to add on, since we were having these discussions earlier about Zoom proceedings, and just tell you what the judicial section has been working on, since it matters right now, since we were all talking about that and we just passed that earlier. We've been working hard to assist the members across the state in continuing to run their courts during this pandemic. Some counties, as you know, are completely open with certain limitations, while others are starting jury trials and have already started jury trials. In Travis County, the criminal courts are starting jury trials this next month. And we've been able to continue working remotely. And I can tell you personally, the Zoom has been extremely important for that to continue to happen. I was sharing with Megan at OCA earlier this week, as well as the Chief Justice, that using my court, for example, we've been able to have Zoom proceedings every day, and we've been able to keep our dockets at bay and not have a backlog that we would have otherwise if we did not have the Zoom proceedings. I think everyone is looking forward to getting back to in-person proceedings. However, with the technology that you talked about earlier, I think that we can continue doing that. So the judicial section is 100% behind the State Bar's effort in getting that done. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for letting me add that little bit on.
Thank you so much, Judge Earl. Are there any comments or questions from directors? Seeing none, with that, the time is now 11:51. Before we hear from before we take a break, I have one action item before we break for lunch. Let's go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. And so with respect to the consent agenda, we need a motion and a second to approve it. Do I have a motion?
So moved. So moved. This is Benny.
I saw Director Toby raise his hand and move to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Let's see. I believe I saw Director Fisher second. I know a lot of you are speaking at once. I saw Director Fisher second the motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? I see Director Sergi has his hand up. Director Sergi?
Oh, I was seconding. I'm sorry. Let me take it down.
Okay, no problem. Is there any further discussion before we take a vote on approving the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, the motion is adopted and the consent agenda is approved. Okay, so now at this point, it is 11:53 a.m. We are going to take an approximately 15-minute break for people to grab some lunch, and we are going to have a working lunch today after people are able to get their food. And so why don't we plan on, after recessing, we're going to come back on at approximately 10 after 12. Okay, we're now in recess. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's now 12:11 p.m. and I'm calling this meeting back to order. We have the next item on the agenda is 8C, which is the discussion on the chair of the board election. We have this year 4 exceptional candidates for the 2022-2023 board chair. They are Mr. Chad Baruch of Dallas, David Calvillo of Houston, Lucy Forbes of Houston, and Todd Smith from Austin. Each candidate will now have an opportunity in alphabetical order to address the board for up to 4 minutes. And so board candidates, you're each going to have 4 minutes, as I just said, to address the board. I do not plan on interrupting your speech to give you a warning on time. However, once you do hit the 4-minute mark, I'll let you know verbally that you've hit the 4-minute mark and then just ask you to please finish up your thought. With that, we're going to go ahead and get started. And first up, we have Mr. Chad Baruch of Dallas. Chad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know many of you have heard me say before that I became a lawyer because of what my father and my grandparents experienced during the Holocaust. From as early an age as I can remember, I knew that what happened to them in Germany couldn't happen to us in America because there are these special people with magical superpowers called judges who wouldn't allow it to happen here. And I knew that to speak to these magic people, you had to have something called a lawyer. So I'm one of those strange people who really knew I was going to be a lawyer before I even understood what the word meant. Because of that, I believe passionately in our profession and particularly in the special role our lawyers and independent judiciary play in preserving our freedoms. Because of that, I also believe passionately in the work of the state bar and in particular this board. I think of all our initiatives and it could be our efforts to ensure meaningful access to justice, our support of TYLA's public interest and education programs, TLAP, law-related education, or just the fact that 10,000 or so families in Texas get their health insurance through the state bar. All of those things matter deeply to me, and so does the work of this board. I believe this board does its work with commitment and integrity. I also believe it does its work best when we are a unified and mandatory bar. So here's 4 promises I can make you if I'm elected. Number 1, no one on this board will outwork me next year. I promise you that. Number 2, the focus will be on all of you, not on me. I don't need to hear myself talk. Number 3, I will value each and every one of you. I will treat all of you with the dignity and respect you deserve, and I will expect that you treat one another exactly the same way. And finally, no matter what we disagree about, no matter what we encounter in our year, because you get the year you get, as we've all found out recently, I promise you I won't lose my perspective or my sense of humor. Now, here's something I can promise you if I lose. You've all seen me lose an election, and you know that I didn't stomp my foot and pick up my toys and storm home. I came back the next day ready to keep doing the work with a smile on my face. Listen, Todd, David, and Lucy all would be just outstanding chairs of this board. I could not possibly quarrel with your decision to vote for any of them. And if it turns out to be one of them, I will tell you I will be right back here the next day, hard hat in one hand, lunch pail in another, and again with a smile on my face to make sure that they succeed in their year as chair. But if you do choose to elect me to this position, I can only tell you I'll do my level best not to let you all down. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I cede the remainder of my time.
Thank you so much, Director Baruch. We appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Director David Calvillo from Houston. Director Calvillo, the floor is yours. Director Calvillo, we can't hear you.
You make a living by what you get. You make a life by what you give. A little nervous as we were getting started, but oh my gosh, I had a pop up on my screen. Zoom quit unexpectedly. Oh my goodness. Anyway, 3 themes that I wanted to talk about. One is efficiency, one is transparency, and the other one is celebration or joy. Efficiency. It doesn't seem like it, it doesn't seem like it, but that impressive display of Robert's Rules of Order that we witnessed just a few minutes ago, that promotes efficiency. Why? Because it's fair and even-handed. Okay.
Director Calvillo, I just want, I'm sorry, I do not mean to interrupt you. I apologize. Yeah. We can't see your screen. Can you please turn your camera on whenever you have an opportunity?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. I'm not sure if anybody else has the same issue.
I cannot see him, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
None of us can.
Okay, is there an objection from any of the board candidates to allowing Mr. Calvillo to fix his camera issue? The open meeting rules require us to have the video working for every one of you while they're speaking. And does anybody have an objection to proceeding with Director Forbes while our Director Calvillo has his camera issues worked out? Any objection from the other board candidates?
No objection.
Okay.
I guess what I'm going to do is log off and log back in.
Yes. Sure, Director Calvillo. Why don't you do that? And Director Forbes, are you ready to proceed at this time?
There you go. Yes, Mr. Chair, I am.
Okay. So next up, thank you, Lucy, by the way, for doing that. Director, next up we have Director Lucy Forbes from Houston. Director Forbes, you have the floor.
My name is Lucy Hadatunyan Forbes. My parents were born in the 1930s in the Middle East on the heels of the Armenian Genocide, which spanned from 1915 to 1923. We are fortunate to be alive. I am an Armenian immigrant. We came to this country when I was nearly 5 years old. I had never heard English. While my parents spoke 4 languages, English was never among them. I heard English only at school. My parents had 3rd grade educations. My father washed cars. My mother washed dishes. What they lacked in formal education, they made up for with work ethic, honor, and integrity. My parents fled the war-torn countries of home in pursuit of the American dream for my brother and me. My mother always told me I could be anything I wanted if I studied hard, worked hard, and dreamed big. In Armenian, and my father encouraged me. I believed them. This country has given me 3 priceless gifts. First, safety. I don't have to worry about a neighboring state declaring war and taking our land like I do back home. Second, opportunity. Here, if you work hard, you can surpass the educational and societal status of your parents. That's not true worldwide. And third, freedom of speech. As a woman, as a human being, in this country, I am allowed to speak. I can criticize the government and not fear being jailed, tortured until I recant publicly, or tortured to my death. This one right alone is the envy of the world. How do I repay a country that has given me so much? I still have to pinch myself that I am in America, speaking English, that I'm a lawyer, and in this room, talking to leaders like you. I view my service to our profession, the state bar and my local bars like the HBA and TACTIVs, as the vehicles from which I give back. I'm running for chair because I deeply care about our profession. Diversity is more than a check on a box. My background and upbringing anchor me when I consider proposals before this board. How might this idea affect every member of our mandatory bar and the public? Now, our bar is run by experienced, dedicated, and professional staff. If I'm elected chair, I will work with them to facilitate meetings efficiently and fairly. To everyone in this room, I believe in you. And if I'm chair, I will support and empower you so that together, united, we can work with our executive director and our president to serve our member colleagues and the public, to advance our statutory purpose and our mission statement. It is with great humility that I ask for your vote to serve as your chair. May God bless America, the state of Texas, and each of you.
Director Forbes, you've now hit the 4-minute mark. Could you please finish your thought?
That's it. May God bless you in Armenian. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Forbes. I believe that we now have Director Calvillo back with us. Director Calvillo, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you see me?
We can. Director Calvillo, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am. Yes. I
Okay.
am.
So next up, board, we have Mr. David Calvillo of Houston. Director Calvillo, you have the floor.
Thank you. How fitting that I run into the same type of technological challenge that our own chair ran into earlier today. As I was saying, I think it's the impressive display of facility with the Robert's Rules of Order demonstrates that fairness and even-handedness can be a goal that goes hand in hand with efficiency. I have a lot of experience with Robert's Rules of Orders. I worked in the legislature on a couple of occasions as a legislative aide. And so I know how important it is on a substantive basis that one have facility with the rules. The position of chair, the first role, I think, is to keep the trains running on time. The meetings have to be productive, they have to be fairly administered, and they have to be timely. And so knowing that going into this election, efficiency is one theme. Another theme is transparency. And I guess, but what I mean by that is financial transparency. In this first year after the McDonald case, the dues allocation disclosure and the budget analysis disclosure, those are going to be the bar's most visible response to our members and to the general public generally, and to those that might want to challenge the mandatory bar. And so fortunately, I've been able to serve and use my dual profession as a CPA to serve alongside President Laura Gibson and the other members of the Budget Committee in the weeds working on that. I've also served as the chair of the Audit and Finance Committee. And so along with the other members of the Audit and Finance Committee, all of us have been involved in that process. And my goal there is to work with everybody and demystify the financial figures to make it more accessible, to make it more transparent, make the story behind the numbers a little bit more vivid for folks to understand what's going on. And there's no need to distrust the bar, that it's all there, it's all open. Fortunately, we have another CPA on the board, public member Forrest Huddleston, that can also help us translate into that transparency. And there's other public members on the board, also from the business world, that can help us do that. The third theme that I wanted to touch about is celebration or joy. What I mean by that is we're all very proud of being lawyers. And I think for the most part, we're very happy about being on this board and serving our noble profession in this way. And so it's not wrong to allow that joy, the joy of that profession, transfer itself into the discussions that we have and into the business that we have to take, that we undertake on behalf of that noble profession. One of the things I would like to promote, for example, is promote more involvement of various areas of the state. Although I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley and I practiced for 25 years there, they still claim me. They still claim me as a member of the Hidalgo County Bar Association. And also my firm would like me to be more involved in San Antonio. That joy, I think, of practicing in various areas of the state is something that I bring, that I think I bring to the table. And it's something that I think we can help us promote. One of the things I'd like to do along that same lines is I'd like to invite a board member to use the public comment section of each meeting to maybe go and share what's going on in their area with those that watch these meetings and the rest of us. So I think that's something that we can do that'll help promote not only getting to know each other, but also promote the profession generally. One of my goals is to be efficient, and so I'm going to give back the rest of my times, but I'm going to ask you to look at page 48 of your packet today. That's got my statement of position, and you'll see the research that I undertook.
Director Calvillo, you hit the 4-minute mark. We'd ask you to please finish up your thought.
The research that I did to undertake this position. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to rolling up my sleeves and working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Calvillo. Next up, we have Director Todd Smith of Austin. Director Smith, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly humbled to be among this outstanding group of candidates to serve as the next chair of the State Bar Board of Directors. If you know me, you know that I'm not one to sing my own praises. I prefer leading by example with actions rather than words. But like the other candidates, this is my opportunity to tell you why I'm running for chair and why, come April, I'm asking for your vote. So in my 4 minutes, I'd like to share 4 things to know that are relevant to my candidacy. The first thing is I have a long track record of bar service. At the local bar level, I served as Austin Bar President during the 2019 to 2020 bar year. We all know what happened over that bar year. COVID ran rampant, and all the organizations like ours and the local bars were on their heels trying to figure out how to adjust to this. Before serving as Austin Bar President, I held literally every officer position and chaired several sections in the Austin Bar, including and more committees than I can even count. But from my time as Austin Bar President, there are 2 achievements that I'm particularly proud of. The first is launching the Lawyer Wellbeing Committee. During my year as president, we constituted that committee with a number of volunteers with special knowledge in the area of mental health and well-being. And the committee provides support and encouragement to lawyers looking to maintain and improve their physical and mental health, which, as we all know, is something that's extremely important in our times. And then the second thing that I'm particularly proud of when it comes to the Austin Bar was just successfully leading the organization through the early stages of the pandemic. It was a difficult time, as we, again, all know. The organizations didn't know how they were going to continue, didn't know how to reach their members. And the Austin Bar, like the State Bar, did an outstanding job of finding ways to enhance the services that it offers to its members, even when things were so very uncertain. And so I'd like to think that I left the Austin Bar better off than when I found it, despite the challenging times we went through and are still going through. At the State Bar level, I've served on the Appellate Section Council and on the Pattern Jury Charge Committee. Look, I'm a proud bar nerd. I make no apologies for that. And I look forward to serving the State Bar in some capacity for the rest of my career. The second thing to know is I believe in the State Bar of Texas. The State Bar has been subject to unprecedented attacks in recent years, and the next chair should be someone dedicated to the bar and its mission. We need a steady hand to guide us during our meetings and to work with the executive committee and the staff to fulfill our mission. I would build on what the previous chairs have done and would work with the executive committee and board as we take the bar through the next set of challenges. Third, I would bring a broad perspective to the chair position. After law school and a judicial clerkship, I practiced for nearly a decade with what was then one of the largest Texas-based firms. Then I hung my own shingle, and over 15 years, I grew my firm to as many as 4 lawyers across 3 cities. And then more recently, I practiced solo once again. My experience running a business and managing people has influenced my view of what our constituents go through. Although I'm now with a larger firm, we're only a 15-lawyer office, and I'm enjoying the best of both worlds. And so in my view, the bar belongs to all lawyers. I'm not a big firm candidate or a solo small firm candidate. I'm a lawyer candidate who can appreciate the variety of challenges each practice setting brings. Finally, our meetings can be long and sometimes contentious. The next chair needs to continue the tradition of showing respect and courtesy to the public and board members, but also needs to keep the agenda moving so we can accomplish our business. With me, what you see is...
You've now hit the 4-minute mark. We'd ask you to finish your thought.
Very good. With me, what you see is what you get. I'm cool under pressure and firm when necessary. And although I'm far from perfect, I do make mistakes. I'll own up to them and find a path forward when the need arises. Thank you very much for your consideration, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Smith. And look, listen, thank you to Directors Baruch, Director Canvillo, Director Forbes, Director Smith. You all did an excellent job. I know whoever's elected is going to do an equally great job for the State Bar of Texas. And let me say this, having been in your position a year ago, I know how nerve-wracking it is. I know, how anxiety inducing it can be to put yourself out there, to get in front of everybody and to do things like I don't like doing, talking about yourself, right? But you all have done that. You all have volunteered yourselves and sacrificed your time. And to the rest of the board of directors, I would say that each of these 4 candidates, regardless of the outcome of this election, deserve our applause, deserve our thanks, because they're doing this in the name of service to the profession. And so I would ask everyone at this moment to just unmute yourselves for a second and give all of these candidates a round of applause for the great job they've done today. Thank you, everyone. Next, we're going to move on to the method of voting for the chair election during the April board meeting. And so we're going to take up an action item. It's been the board's practice to conduct the chair elections by written ballot rather than by a show of hands. And so for the last 2 chair elections, voting has taken place electronically through board effect. And so the question that I have, is there anyone in favor of changing that? In other words, is there anyone in favor of voting by a show of hands rather than through written ballot via board effect through its poll feature? Seeing nobody raising their hand, I believe it's the board's preference to conduct the election through board effect. However, I do need a motion to conduct the chair elections by written ballot via board effect's poll feature. And let's go slowly. Do I have a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion.
Moved.
Okay, I believe it was Director Cavazos who made the motion. Do I have a second on the motion to conduct the board elections using board effects poll feature?
Benny Augusto seconds.
Director Agosto, I heard your second. So we now have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, all in favor of conducting the chair elections by written ballot via board effects poll feature, please respond by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. And with that, I will turn the floor back over to our President Berth to provide her report. President Berth, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I want to echo what Chairman Santos has said with regard to the candidates. Thank you all for being willing to step up and take on this additional responsibility. We really do appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you. Before I start, and I want to go acknowledge the fact that Mr. Baruch spoke about the Holocaust, and today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. And so I encourage you all to take a moment to reflect about that significance of that world event. And I want to give a shout out to the TYLA for making sure they reminded us all. And go to their Facebook page, and there's a link to some historical documents about it. So I want to take a moment to make mention of that. I also I'm going to give you my regular report, which includes my president's activities. The last quarter was the little breathing room between the pandemic. And so I did get a lot of visits in. There's at least 20 visits. Almost half of them were in person before Omicron took hold again. So I did everything from the Fort Bend County Bar Association, the San Antonio Bar Gala. I did the National Latinx Pre-Law Conference, the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents. I was an honored guest at the Hispanic National Bar Association's Board of Directors meeting when they met in Houston. I was an invited guest to our sister state, the Oklahoma Bar Association's annual meeting, and I've done just multiple. There's many more things that I did, but I want you to know that I'm working hard to get the good word out about the work that you all are doing, that we do together in service to the lawyers. There's a lot of interest, as you might imagine, with regard to the McDonald's case. There's still lots. I bring information with regard to the member benefits and do a whole piece on how to get involved with the bar. That's, to me, very important. So when we talk about diversity, we need to bring more people under the tent. And so that's how, when I go out and speak, I know several of you have heard that presentation before, but I'm available to keep doing them via Zoom or in person. I want to take a moment to congratulate the State Bar of Texas Paralegal Division, which also recently celebrated its 40th anniversary. And I have the honor of addressing the Paralegal Division next week, but I want to take a moment to publicly acknowledge the great work that they do. The State Bar of Texas made history on October 23rd of 1981, when it became the first bar in the country to form a paralegal division. The division's purpose is to enhance paralegals' participation in the administration of justice, professional responsibility, and public service in cooperation with the state bar. And one of the division's first actions was to adopt a code of ethics and professional responsibility in furtherance of that purpose. The formation of the paralegal division resulted from years of work by the State Bar Legal Assistance Committee and bar staff in response to the growth and development of the paralegal profession. The division provides a range of opportunities and benefits to its members, including continuing education events, the job bank, and the Texas Paralegal Journal. If you're interested in learning more about the paralegal division, I recommend the article by Susie Boss and Javin Johnson in the October 2021 issue of the Bar Journal. And we've got a slide there reminding you of that article. And congratulations to the paralegal division. I'll be bringing them congratulations from each of you next week. I have good news for you. And again, fingers crossed, we're planning to be back in person this year for the 2022 State Bar of Texas annual meeting. The meeting is scheduled for June 9th and 10th in Houston. And I want to publicly thank Denise Schofield and Angelica Hernandez, who agreed to co-chair the annual committee. I encourage you to work with them when they call upon you to assist in any way possible. And if you're interested in a sponsorship, there's a handout in your materials in Board Effect that lists the different law firm and corporate sponsorship levels. I also want to briefly highlight the ABA Military and Veterans Legal Center that last year awarded a total of $100,000 in grants to 3 nonprofit organizations that deliver legal services to Texas veterans. They are the San Antonio Legal Services Association, the Metroplex Military Charitable Trust, and the Houston Volunteer Lawyers. Providing legal services to veterans is very important to all of us, and it is why the State Bar continues its support of Texas Lawyers for Texas Veterans program. And you can look up the article on the screen for details on the great work these Texas organizations are doing. And at this time, I'm going to take a moment to remind you all of the personal challenge I issued to each one of you to make sure that there was at least one clinic in your district during my presidential year to offer legal services to veterans. Almost everybody's doing them. Sometimes we're having to do them virtual, but there's a great need out there. The pandemic has really amplified the need for legal services to veterans. So I remind you of that commitment and ask you to please do. So I'm going to move on now to a discussion with regard to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. As you know, the DEI Task Force issued an extensive report in June, and the board voted to extend their term through December of 2021 so that they could finish up their work. And the task force met multiple times from the time between June and December, and they have now concluded their work. And I, again, want to thank them again. I'm very grateful for their efforts and assure them that we're going to do everything we can to make sure that work is implemented. The first one that I'm going to talk about today actually concludes with an action item. So I'm going to start out with a little historical thing. Those of you who were on the board in 2020 will no doubt remember the special board meeting we had that summer and the hundreds of lawyers that participated and were watching us on YouTube. And you may further remember how many lawyers expressed a desire to see the Texas Lawyers Creed amended to support DEI initiatives. And some of you expressed that desire as well. And one director, Steve Fisher, who I think is probably not with us anymore, but not today, even went so far as to prepare some language and submitted it to the task force for their consideration. So the task force did take on the task and recommended changes to the Texas Lawyers Creed in support of diversity and inclusion in the administration of justice and the practice of law. We believe that the language would align the creed with the State Bar mission statement. Now, since the Texas Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals originally promulgated the creed, any proposed changes approved by the board would ultimately be submitted to those courts for consideration and possible approval, I'm sorry. So the leadership of the board met and talked about how do we deal with the recommendation coming from the task force. And we decided that the best place to do it would be to assign the administration committee of the board to take a look at it, massage it, come back to the full board with a recommendation. So at this time, I move that the board refer the DEI task force proposed changes to the Texas Lawyer Creed to the administration committee for consideration and further action.
Thank you, President Firth. So to be clear, Director Firth has moved to approve the referral of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force proposed changes to the Texas Lawyers Creed to the administration committee for consideration. Remember, we're on Zoom, so we have to take our time here. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I saw Director Hurst first, I believe seconded President Firth's motion. And now that we have a second, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the referral of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force proposed changes to the Texas Lawyers Creed to the Administration Committee for consideration, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor back over to President Firth to discuss another referral from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force.
Chairman Santos, one of the issues that we dealt with early on, and when we spoke with past President Martha Dickey about what had happened in the time between 2007 and 2014, we were a little bit concerned about a drop off of focus, let's say that, focus, because the State Bar has always worked on DEI issues, but some of the things just kind of fell by the wayside. Some things, like, I'll give you a perfect example. When we talked about having articles in the Bar Journal every month that featured either a topic, a DEI topic, a lawyer from a diverse background, some program, whatever, anything like that, that worked for a little while and then it just fell off because nobody was watching it. So we wanted to ensure, the task force wanted to ensure that the work the DEI task force was charged with had a permanent place within the State Bar. So what we wanted to see was the State Bar take the same kind of measures that law firms, local bar associations, and major corporations across the country are taking to create a permanent body charged with the responsibility of ensuring that our values regarding DEI continue to be fostered. Those of you, most of you, if you're with a firm, one of the large firms, they have these DEI committees. So we're not proposing anything that is out of the ordinary. The focus would be twofold. One, with regard to the bar as an organization, and what are we doing with regard to our hiring practices and sharing of information, et cetera. And then also creating resources and things for the lawyers who practice in Texas. So it's different. The answer, the question back to us was, how would this be any different than the Diversity in the Profession Committee? But I think I just answered that. This is a different kind of focus, and it would ensure that the State Bar remains focused on DEI issues. So what kind of animal is this? We were looking as a permanent committee. What is this? And again, we met with leadership, and we thought the best way to address this issue was to refer the DEI Task Force recommendation regarding the creation of the State Bar Diversity Council to the Policy Manual Subcommittee, and let the Policy Manual Committee work on that, create a place for it, and it would be permanently housed within our regulatory scheme. So at this time, I make a motion to refer the DEI Task Force recommendation regarding the creation of the State Bar's Diversity Council, that's what we're calling it now, to the Policy Manual Subcommittee.
I second that motion. This is Benny.
Okay. I believe that we have, and apologize, you froze on our end for a minute. I believe that we have a motion from President Firth to approve the referral of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force's recommendation regarding the creation of the State Bar Diversity Council to the Policy Manual Subcommittee for consideration. And I believe that we have a second from Director Agosto. Is that correct? Believe that
Yes,
is.
that's correct.
Thank you, Director Agosto. Is there any discussion before we move for a vote? See, Director Forbes, I see your hand raised. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure that I understand what we're referring. Are we referring the study of the creation of this permanent task force? Or I didn't quite understand, I'll be honest, what the motion is. That's first. Second, I have concerns about the board dictating to our executive director what is wholly in his domain as to who he wants to hire. That's not within our purview. That is for our executive director to decide.
Director Forbes, maybe I can clarify by restating the motion a little bit more slowly. So President Firth has moved to approve the referral of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force's recommendation regarding the creation of the State Bar Diversity Council to the Policy Manual Subcommittee for consideration. In other words, it's a referral of a proposal or recommendation to a subcommittee for consideration. That's specifically the motion that's on the table currently.
Okay, so it's just the referral. We don't, because otherwise I didn't even understand where this permanent task force would operate. Well, I didn't, maybe I don't need to know that yet. Right now we're saying Policy Manual Committee, you study it. Is that right?
Correct. And tell us what this looks like. And then they will have many examples to draw from other organizations, from the local bar organizations. In fact, several of them have these kinds of permanent committees. Corporations have them, the major law firms. There's going to be lots of examples, but that's what's intended. Just refer it to them to ferret out. And then I do want to expand on what you said with regard to the hiring. And you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. There's a fine line between there's a broad line between the policymakers and the operations of the bar. But as policymakers, it is appropriate for us to speak to issues about values. We're not saying who you have to hire, but it may come out to something like you will advertise in different places when there's an opening. There's many ways to address it at a policy level, and then it becomes implemented by the staff. So it's not intended to actually be in the weeds, telling them who to hire, but saying we have these interests that we want to make sure are addressed.
Thank you so much, President Firth. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing no hands raised, all those in favor of the approval of the referral of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force's recommendation regarding the creation of the State Bar Diversity Council to the Policy Manual Subcommittee for consideration, please respond by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. And before I turn the floor back over to President Firth, I just want to take care of one housekeeping item. We're required by law, whenever we're speaking, to have both our audio working and our video on. In other words, if we're taking a vote or if you're speaking to the board, we need to make sure that your video is not blacked out and in fact that it is on. So before we proceed to further votes, let's just make sure that when we're coming up for a vote that your video is on. With that, I will turn the floor back over to President Firth to provide an update on the work group on Texas Opportunity and Justice Incubator.
We still have some more. I have one more item. I need to make the board aware of 2 task force recommendations that are already being implemented that didn't require board action. So the first was creating a submission process that allows speakers who train specifically in the DEI space to sign up to be part of a curated list of presenters. So when we began down this journey, and in fact, some of y'all, we've had discussions, I've had one-on-one discussions with you all about, yeah, we're willing to do this with our organization, but where do we find the speakers? So the task force has created a questionnaire that will be sent out or will be on our website. So if somebody considers themselves a speaker or they've got training in that area, that they can fill it out, and then we will just make a list available. And whomever is interested can see that these are speakers available, and it's up to them after that, but it's just a gathering of information. The second one is we're building an online directory of law school pipeline programs that provide support and opportunities to young people considering legal careers. When the task force was meeting, we would talk about things that we could do, and then invariably somebody would say, oh, this program already exists, or that and the other. So we just thought it would be great if we could have a centralized location. People can tell us about programs and we'll put them there. And young people that are interested in the study of law would have a place to go and look and see if there's something going on in their communities. So those 2 are already being worked on with staff, and you'll see them on the website soon. And now I'll give an update with regard to the work group on the Texas Opportunity and Justice Incubator, or TOJI. I'm just going to say TOJI because it's hard to say all of them. So for those that don't know, TOJI is a legal incubator that supports Texas attorneys building sustainable solo and small practices, and it improves access to justice amongst low income and modest income communities. The board of directors allocated funds in 2016 for the program's launch and operations. And TOJI opened its door in April of 2017. This was President Frank Stevenson's initiative. And it continues to operate on a budget from that original pledge, plus some tuition that's paid by the TOJI members. To maximize resources, TOJI collaborates with many departments of the state bar, including the Legal Access Division for pro bono opportunities, the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program for Attorney Wellbeing, and the Attorney Compliance Division for training and review under Texas Attorney Advertising Rules. TOJI also collaborates with other legal incubators, law schools, and organizations in Texas and across the nation to pool resources and to improve access to justice. So we have the task force, and after assessing the current state of TOJI and its future, the work group found that, number 1, TOJI is stable and trending towards being self-sustaining. Number 2, TOJI does not currently need the board to allocate additional resources. Number 3, TOJI is fulfilling the state bar's mission of increasing access to justice and enabling its members to better serve their clients and the public. And number 4, TOJI brings distinction to the state bar. The report is in your materials and includes more details, but the bottom line is that the program is working as intended and no structural changes or additional resources are needed at this time. At this time, I'd like to call, somebody made a remark earlier about why was Jerry Alexander with us? Well, you may recall that Jerry Alexander very graciously agreed to chair the Building Planning Special Committee. And so Jerry is here today to give us a report with regard to the work of that committee. Turn it over to Jerry.
Jerry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam President. It's wonderful to see everyone, even Charlie Gann, who wondered why I was here. The Building Planning Special Committee deals with the property that we recently acquired at 1415 Lavaca. It's really on the campus, what I would call the campus of the State Bar of Texas. We had our first meeting on December 1st. There are many board members on the committee. And the first thing we did was we took a tour of the facility. I would encourage all of the board members, the next time you're in Austin or around, to please go take a tour. You can get a staff member to let you in and look at the inside of the building. It's a wonderful space, and now we need to figure out what we're going to do with it. We divided the committee into 3 subcommittees, one to examine it for the use of the staff of the State Bar, one to see if the State Bar members, what uses they might want to put it to individually, and the third use would be for the members of the public. We have some money to do these things with. We've already had some budget approvals. For this bar year, there's $500,000 already approved for construction. Sometime you will be asked to approve an additional amount for the bar year of 22-23. The budget for that is $700,000. And there's already approved $500,000 for operations, which of course have not started yet, for 21 and 22 and 22 and 23. Our next step is to acquire an architect, and we have sent out a request for qualifications that's 29 pages long and very, very intensive, and we will start interviewing potential architecture firms. They need to be, we're looking for one especially that would have experience with working with historical buildings. This is a historical building. There are some things that we can do and some things we can't do, although most of the things we can do, because the historical part is an interior wall, which is actually beautiful and adds to the ambiance of the space. We'll start interviewing these architectural firms, and we hope to have one hired by late spring. We've discussed options for the space. All of you are welcome to provide your suggestions for how we might use the space, especially after you look at it. It'd be a great meeting space, a great place for sections to meet. We could hold receptions there. Individual bar members could have access to hold receptions there. And we're also thinking about having something for the public of an educational or museum-like feature, which would have historical information about the State Bar of Texas, and also historical information about the accomplishments of many of our State Bar of Texas members, both in the profession and outside of the profession. We'll be working through these ideas as time goes on, and everyone is more than welcome to give their ideas to us. Lastly, eventually we will be looking at what to call the building. It may have a name on it. We realize that the challenge is with finding a name on that, but we don't have to name it. If we name it after a person, we don't have to name it after a person. So you can make recommendations for that whenever you want to. Anyway, that concludes our report. The subcommittees are meeting and will continue to meet. And we look forward to making this into a very wonderful and usable space for the State Bar of Texas and its members. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for being with us today. Do we have any questions or comments from directors on what we've just heard from Jerry Alexander? Seeing none, with that, I'll pass the floor back over to President Firth.
Thank you, Chairman Santos. Santos. I did have just one quick little comment that I need to make back to the DEI task force. That's something that's not an action item and not something that I'm asking for specifically from the board, but I do want to make the board aware of something. So for several years, there's been talk of the need to gather information and demographics about the LGBTQ community, legal community, and the task force made mention of it, but they didn't come up with a specific recommendation. I don't want people to think that it fell through the cracks and we didn't think about it. I know several LGBTQ lawyers have spoken to me about this. So it was without a recommendation from the task force, but I'd like to invite the LGBT section to have a look at that and come back with a recommendation to leadership about how that should be dealt with, or if it needs to be dealt with at all. There's some controversy and question about whether or not there's a need for gathering of the demographics, but I just want you all to know that it's been discussed and there's probably a likely better group to address it. And I do invite that kind of discussion. Anything I can do to help them, I'm happy to do that. But just kind of went off script a little bit, but that's something important to me. And then finally, at the last action item I have is with regard to an amicus brief. And I'm going to give apologies to the appellate lawyers in the group because since it's not my area of practice, I may misspeak a little bit, so you all will help me. But in late December, the board's ad hoc commission subcommittee approved the State Bar Appellate Section's request for expedited approval to file an amicus brief in the Michi case currently before the Texas Supreme Court. Oral arguments in the case are scheduled for February 3rd, 2022, and a copy of the brief is in your materials. The case involves appellate procedural issues, and the appellate section had stated that its interest in the case is purely academic and that it has no stake in the ultimate resolution on the merits. Specifically, the brief asserts that the section has an interest in having the Supreme Court clarify when a motion for a new trial filed in an original case instead of a severed case is effective to extend the appellate deadlines for the severed cause. And number two, how Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure 41.3 applies when a transferring court identifies a conflict in the transferor's court's decisions. The executive committee considered this item on January 11th and approved the ratification of the ad hoc submissions committee's decision to approve the filing of the amicus brief. So the action today is I move that the board approve ratification of the ad hoc submission committee's decision to approve the filing of the amicus brief filed by the appellate section.
Okay. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. And just to restate the question before we take a vote, President Firth has moved to approve the ratification of the ad hoc submission committee's decision to grant approval of the appellate section's request to file an amicus brief in the Supreme Court of Texas and Edward James Mitschke Jr. individually and as representative of the estate of Cody Mitschke deceased versus Marita Favia del Cor Borromeo and Blackjack Ranch LLE LLC number 21-0326. Before we take a vote on the motion that is currently on the floor, is there any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, all those in favor of approving the ratification of the ad hoc submission committee's decision to grant approval of the appellate section's request to file an amicus brief, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. Thank you all so much, and thank you, President Firth.
Thank you very much.
Everything you, thank you as always. And with that, we have a request to take one more agenda item out of order. Specifically, we're going to move on to agenda item number 22. And I'd ask our TYLA President, Janine Rispoli, to provide the TYLA report.
Thank you so much, Chair Santos. Happy Thursday, everyone. Thank you, President Brenda Firth, for the shout out to our TYLA social media team. I know they will appreciate that. Our TYLA board will be hustling hard this spring, working on the national trial competition, attorney wellness resources, relationship wellness resources, and putting the finishing touches on our Civility Hub and Civility in the Classroom websites. We also have so many more projects that we hope you will each stay tuned for. We're excited that our Civility in the Classroom content will be TEACS certified. So for all of your loved ones who are educators, that means that The content will meet the standards set by the State Board of Education for subject areas. We're also proud to serve the educators of Texas. The Civility in the Classroom site is generously funded by the Texas Bar Foundation. Our Civility Hub, which will be for lawyers, is modeled after our successful Wellness Hub and will include interviews and resources that remind us all to be civil for the good of the public and our legal system. Our immediate past president, Brittany Harris, is doing a wonderful job leading our wellness committee to support lawyer wellness and add to our wellness hub. In November, we were able to meet in Austin and create video and podcast content for so many of our projects. We were also honored to host a judicial panel with Justice Lehrman, Justice Boyd, Justice Bland, and Judge Laura Livingston. We celebrated National Adoption Day through our new initiatives for adopting and fostering families. And personally, our board members donated books, toys, and 90 holiday cards to Helping Hand Home, which is a childcare agency in Austin, providing a safe haven for children. You all know how grateful I am for my own adoption. So this has been so incredibly fulfilling to see our board serve. Our TYLA meeting last weekend was originally planned for Waco, but we know that nothing can knock TYLA down. So we deftly changed to virtual, as the State Bar has shown today as well. This was our second virtual nominations meeting, and Brittany Harrison expertly led our board through the nominations process, taking a page from Victor Flores, who led nominations last year. We're so grateful for our nominations committee members, and they had their work cut out for them because we have absolutely outstanding board members, and each one is an uncommon leader. I am proud to announce our slate for this year. For treasurer, Callie Franks and Chelsea McClinchick. For secretary, Kirk Cooper and Rebecca Linehan. For vice president, Hisham Masri and Amar Siddiq. For chair-elect, Ashley Email and Reginald Wilson. And for president-elect, Laura Pratt of Lubbock and Courtney White of Amarillo. I would have loved to be in McAllen this weekend, where our immediate past president, Victor Flores, and our chair-elect, Judge Lauren Sepulveda call home, but I'm still grateful to see each of you on the screen. Similarly, we would have loved to be in Waco last weekend, but I'm so blessed by TYLA and our board, so I wanted to do something to share those blessings with Waco. My husband, Stephen, and I decided to make a personal donation to CASA of McLennan County in honor of our TYLA and TYLA board. McLennan County Young Lawyers Association is another wonderful organization that we love, and I'm so proud to say that they match that donation to CASA. Clearly, I'm grateful for a lot of things, but I'll end by saying that I think I speak for all of our board members when I say that we are so incredibly grateful for Tracy, Bree, and Michelle. They make everything we do possible. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, President Rispoli. It's always so great to hear from TYLA and all the great work that you do. We appreciate it. Do we have any questions or comments from directors for President Rispoli? Seeing none, we will move on to the report from our president-elect. And so with that, President-elect Gibson, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair Vargas. I want to extend my personal thanks to all four of the chair candidates. I know that this bar will be in great hands no matter whom is elected. They're awesome candidates, and I'd be honored to serve with whoever is selected. In terms of my general report, I don't have a whole lot to say because of the work that we've been doing for the budget. But in October, I was able to attend the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents, and that was a wonderful event. And I'm really excited about the fact that the State Bar of Texas will be hosting the next event from October 27th through the 29th in Austin. So I look forward to showing off our state to other bar presidents. I've also been working on the Building Planning Committee, and to any members of the public who are listening, I'm on the subcommittee that is focusing on how we can use the 1415 Lavaca building to serve the public. So if you're a member of the public and have ideas for our subcommittee to consider, please contact me so that we have the benefit of your insight. I want to talk to you about the redistricting task force that I am chairing. We're charged with reviewing the apportionment of our state bar districts to determine whether we need to make any changes. The last time we made changes to our redistricting was in 2012, 10 years ago. And at that time, a director position was moved from Houston and replaced with Austin to take it into account the expanded attorney population in Austin. Otherwise, we haven't made any changes for 10 years, and President Firth wanted our task force to take a look to see whether changes are warranted. We've had several meetings to look at the current population of attorneys in each district, and we've noted that North Texas in particular has had an expansion of the attorney population, and we're trying to see whether we need to make an adjustment for that development. In order to gather feedback from our attorney members, we published an article in the January Texas Bar Journal about what we're doing and asked for input from our members. We received several comments from members of the public, and Steve Fisher, who has studied redistricting and drawn some maps on it, was kind enough to meet with our task force to share his ideas. Joe Longley has proposed that the bar change to 30 single member districts, and we've invited him to share his thoughts about that, and we'll be meeting with him and others to further analyze whether any redistricting is appropriate. The big work that I've been spending my time on is the budget committee. The budget committee met 6 times, once in September, once in October, once in November, and 3 times in December, including 2 in-person meetings in Austin on December 13th and 14th. The State Bar's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2022-2023 is included in the board packet. And if the budget is approved today, it will be published in the March issue of the Texas Bar Journal. As I said, in December, our committee reviewed the proposed budget, and we unanimously voted to approve the budget for presentation to the board today. Now, this budget, the budget for 22-23, is the first budget that's drafted to comply with the changes made to the board policy manual, which this board adopted in September of last year. The new policy changes to the manual require the budget committee to review the budgeted items to identify any expenditures that may be non-chargeable to our members under first the Keller decision and now the McDonald decision. To comply with this policy, as I said, we met 6 times over the last 6 months, and we reviewed all of the budgets of the State Bar, both the major and minor budgets. We had additional documentation that was drafted and presented to the committee, totaling over 500 pages. This was a huge undertaking by the staff and by the budget committee members, and I want to thank both the staff and the budget committee members for their hard work. The State Bar staff spent over 400 hours detailing their budgets, programs, and activities, and documenting how those expenditures furthered the State Bar purposes and goals and comply with our limitations. We had healthy discussion during our meetings with State Bar leadership and the department heads. After hearing from representatives of the State Bar divisions and departments, the committee approved the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget as presented. And that budget was also presented to the executive committee and approved there as well. A 5-page copy of the proposed budget, which includes the new dues allocation schedule, is included in your board packet. And I want to tell you briefly about the overview of the general fund budget and some of the key highlights that will allow us as a bar to enhance the services we provide to our members and to the public, and allow us to continue to improve the quality of legal services rendered. Next slide. Thank you. So the document 2022-2023 proposed budget dues allocation, which is pages 4 and 5 of the budget, is a new document that was created to show what expenditures are paid for by bar dues. It allocates the dues to expenditure categories in total and by the amount of individual dues payment. One of our members can use this document to know exactly how much of their dues pay for certain expenditure categories within the budget. The dues allocation is considered to be part of our official budget, and the Audit and Finance Committee, which is chaired by David Cavillo, will present about the engagement of the audit firm Weaver to review and issue a report on the dues allocation. Their report will be presented and printed in the Bar Journal along with the dues allocation. The proposed general fund budget for 2022-2023 includes revenues and receipts from reserves of $49,545,155 and has an equal amount of expenditures, which shows that it is a balanced budget. The receipts from reserves includes excess funds that we didn't spend that were budgeted in prior years' audited financial operations. We can go to the next slide, please. So this slide presents the 2022-2023 proposed budget compared to the adopted budget for 2021-2022. And it shows that the proposed budget has $49.5 million for both revenues and expenditures. The column for 21-22 budget is $45 million approximately. So both in this proposed budget, both the revenues and the expenditures have increased by 10% or $4.5 million. And the primary reason for the budget increase is due to the fact that we are increasing in the receipts from reserves and board commitment expenditures. We'll go into detail about the board committed expenditures a little later in my presentation. But when comparing the proposed operating budget of the State Bar to the last adopted budget, the operating revenues are budgeted to increase by approximately $371,744, which is 1%. And the reason for that is the previous year, our modest budgeting for revenue categories caused us to spend less than we had budgeted. So when comparing the proposed operating budget of the State Bar to the last adopted budget, the operating expenditures are budgeted to increase by approximately $1.3 million or 3%, which is in line with historical trends. We'll go to the next. So salaries expenditures are the largest category of expenses that the State Bar incurs. And this chart presents a comparison of budgeted salaries compared to total budget expenditures of the bar. And it shows that over the last 10 years, the trend has remained relatively stable at about 41 to 42% of budgeted expenditures being paid for salaries. Specifically, the budget for salaries is 3.8% higher in the proposed budget compared with the current adopted budget. And this increase is in line with our historical trends. Now to the next slide, please. 3 annual transfers are included in the general fund budget. Section 3.08 of the board policy manual requires that we make the first 2 of these annual transfers. The first being the $288,000 annual transfer to the building and equipment fund, which is used to replace capital expenditures and renovations of our physical property. The second is a $500,000 transfer to the client security fund. This amount is $200,000 above the required annual transfer that the policy manual requires. And the third is a $500,000 transfer to the technology fund. So section 3.02.06 of the board policy manual specifies 4 areas that this board should consider in maintaining adequate reserves. They include our operating expenditure reserves, which should be 2 to 4 months of budget expenditures, our litigation expenditure reserves, the third is our capital asset replacement reserves, and the last is funding for new programs. Funding for reserves was considered by the Audit and Finance Committee as well as the Budget Committee, and our proposed budget includes those committees' recommendations. Next slide, please. One of the Budget Committee's duties each year is to make recommendations to the board regarding the commitment of any increase in fund balance resulting from the previous year's financial activities. The audit for fiscal year 2021 has been completed, and the total amount available for commitment by the State Bar from those operations is $7,610,000.66. So that basically is the amount of money that we have left over after our 2020-2021 financial operations. The Budget Committee is recommending the following board commitments, and a summary of these commitments is included in your materials in the document called Minimum Reserves and Commitment of Increase in Fund Balance. The first item is to designate a little over $2 million to replenish the level of minimum reserves from 2.5 months to 3.1 months of operating expenditures, which will bring the total amount held in reserve to approximately $11.4 million. This allows us to bring our reserves to the level that they were before we purchased the 1415 Lavaca building, which is a huge accomplishment for the bar. The second is to designate $941,000 to fund operations of the State Bar for fiscal year 2022-2023. Now, budgeted reserves increased only 1%, or $371,000 from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023. And that compares to pre-pandemic years where our budgeted revenues increased on average 3%, or more like $1.2 million from one year to the next. We hope that our revenues will return to pre-pandemic levels by the end of fiscal year 2023. But the funding from this unspent savings will allow the bar to continue our operations and programs until we can recover from the pandemic. The third one is to commit $150,000 to raise the balance maintained in our legal reserve account. This commitment will bring the total reserve to $500,000. The fourth commitment is to commit just under $50,000 to raise the balance maintained as a reserve for future presidential initiatives to $200,000. Now, this, despite its name, the balance in this presidential initiatives account is not reflective of money to be spent in any given year, but it's maintained to ensure that money is set aside and available for future initiatives and to fund prior presidential initiatives. The last is to commit $800,000 to the Client Security Fund. This commitment, when combined with the $500,000 annual transfer from the general fund and the $200,000 board commitment from 2021-2022, will bring the contribution to the Client Security Fund to $1,500,000 for this proposed bar year. We can go to the next slide, please. The sixth fund is to commit $300,000 for the Access to Justice Foundation's Student Loan Repayment Assistance Program. This program provides assistance to attorneys who work full-time for Texas legal aid programs that meet certain criteria. The seventh board commitment is to commit $1,500,000 to the State Bar's Technology Fund, and this commitment will in part fund the purchase and maintenance of the State Bar's technological hardware and software, including computers, printers, software, and software maintenance and upgrades. In addition, it would allow us to fund several special capital projects, including procurement of the new Chief Disciplinary Counsel case management software, which is a very important project that we're working on. The eighth proposal is to commit $1,248,000 to the Building Fund. We need these funds in order to renovate and repair the 1415 Lavaca building and to supplement repairs and renovations needed at the Law Center. Renovations at the Law Center building are needed in order to address engineering repairs that arise as the building ages. And in addition to the $288,000 annual transfer from the general fund, This commitment would bring the contribution to the building fund to just over $1.5 million. The ninth commitment is to commit $500,000 to the Sharon Crowley Lawyer Wellness Trust. As most of you know, the Patrick Sharon and Michael Crowley Lawyer Wellness Trust provides financial help to Texas attorneys, judges, and law students who need treatment for substance abuse, depression, and other mental health issues. And many of you may know that during the pandemic, we came close to eliminating that fund. And so it's important that we replace and replenish those funds so that they're available for lawyers in need. And finally, the 10th is to commit just over $78,000 to replenish our reserves that we maintain in the need of future membership rules votes. This board commitment would bring the rules vote reserves to $150,000. So at this time, on behalf of the Budget Committee, I move that the State Bar's proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 budget and dues allocation be approved for publication in the March 2022 issue of the Texas Bar Journal.
Thank you, President-elect Gibson. President-elect Gibson has moved to approve the State Bar of Texas 2022-2023 proposed budget for publication in the Texas Bar Journal. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Before we take a vote, is there any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, we will go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of approving the State Bar of Texas 2022-2023 proposed budget for publication in the Texas Bar Journal, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. Before we move on to the next item, as a personal point of privilege, I want to let everybody know the tremendous amount of work that President-elect Gibson and the Budget Committee put into this proposed budget. I can tell you there were numerous meetings. I was there. I saw the incredible job that President-elect Gibson did pushing this through and getting everybody together. And the reason this went so smoothly today, I believe, is because of all of the hard work that President-elect Gibson and that committee put into this budget. Thank you so much. You have my appreciation. I think that of the board as well.
Thank you for that. And let me please extend my appreciation to our fine State Bar team. We couldn't have done it without them. Tracy Jarrett, Trey Apfel, and others worked tirelessly, putting in over 400 hours. And as you know, Chair Vargas, the Budget Committee asked very difficult questions over a 2-day period in December in Austin, and all of our questions were answered. Any of our concerns were addressed. And so we are very appreciative. This is a very good, solid budget, and I'm happy to present it.
Thank you, President-elect Gibson. Are there any questions or comments from the board for President-elect Gibson?
Mr. Chair, if I could, this is David Calvillo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just one comment. I would invite all of the directors to look at the board materials on the budget, because there is some narrative and some description of how the State Bar is operated that really highlights all the work that the bar does throughout all the different divisions and sections. It really tells the story very granularly of the work that the bar does. So I just invite everybody to do that.
Thank you, Director. Any further, Director Calvillo, thank you. Any further comments? Okay, seeing none, with that, I am going to turn the floor over to our immediate past president, Larry McDougall, to provide his report. Larry, are you with us?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since our last board meeting in September and before Omicron decided to shut us down, I've gone out and done one live CLE, and before a lot of bar association stuff started going back to having virtual. And I got the privilege of actually getting to try a jury trial, which was something that's been almost unheard of over the past couple of years, and kind of forgotten how much fun they were to try. Just a couple of things I want to do. You kind of stole my thunder a little bit. I mean, when you come in as president-elect, Laura, our president-elect, and Tracy Jarrett, you wind up getting very familiar with the budget process, because after the September meeting, as president-elect, that's a lot of what you do is going through the numbers, and it's a great staff, and it's a lot of work put on by the president-elect, and I want to thank Laura for her work there. And one other thing I kind of want to do was thank Sylvia for the shout out in her letter. She mentions two of my presidential task forces that we had there. And I still talk to a lot of lawyers, and I just want you to know that, you know, a lot of them, they don't know what we really do, and we're not doing that great of a job in educating them. And I can't think of what else we can do more than what we already do. But a lot of these things that President First listed on here as what we offer, they don't even know about, and they seem kind of shocked. So if you get the opportunity to go out and do our 30 benefits in 30 minutes CLE or something like that, take advantage of it. I don't know who's doing live CLEs anymore, but it's just fun going out, meeting with the lawyers, talking to them, listening to their concerns, and I think we get a lot of benefit from it. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you, Past President Larry McDougall. We appreciate everything that you do for the bar. Are there any comments or questions for Past President McDougall from any of our directors? Okay, seeing no hands raised. With that, we are going to move on to agenda item 12. Larry, don't go anywhere. We are going to hear from the report from the executive committee, specifically from Past President McDougall and Past Chair, Mr. Charlie Ginn. You have the floor.
Larry, do you want to do this?
Charlie, you go ahead. I actually got the talking points this time, but they're not in front of me right now.
All right, no worries. I got them. We'll be very brief. As you know, in September, the board selected candidates to run for State Bar President-elect. That's Cindy Tisdale of Granbury and Joe Escobedo of Edinburgh. We are not aware of any petition candidates at this time. There have been challenges for campaigning again this year because of the pandemic, but I know both candidates have done a great job, and I have not heard any complaints from anybody. We appreciate their hard work, and we know that'll just continue throughout the election. The bar will be sending out emails containing campaign messages for both candidates moving forward. We've done that for the past several years. It's another effort to educate our members about the candidates. You might recall, though, in September, the board passed a board policy requiring the bar to conduct 2 candidate forums for the president-elect race. They're tentatively scheduled right now for March the 10th and April the 5th. We're still working through the logistics on these. They will be broadcasted via Zoom. There's going to be opportunities for lawyers to ask the candidates questions. We'll be sending out more information on these soon. There are 10 district director spots that are open for this year. The chart of those positions was included in your meeting materials. We have information posted on how to run for director on the board of directors. If you know of anyone that's interested in running for these positions, please direct them to the website where they can get the petition form and any other relevant documents. The deadline to submit petitions is March 1st. You can also have them contact Ray Ken too if there are any questions. He can help get them sorted out. The elections begin on April the 1st and end on May 2nd. If there's nothing else from Larry, and there might be, that's all for the report. I would just really quickly tell our 4 candidates that ran for chair earlier that I echo what Santos says. And I think that the 4 of you coming out and putting yourselves out there, there's a lot of honor in that. And you should be proud of it. And I think you all did a great job today. That's all I've got, unless you've got anything to say.
Yeah, Charlie, I was going to kind of echo something like what you just said. Is, you know, running for state bar president is a lot of work, and I don't think a lot of people realize what's involved in it when you talk about putting yourself out. And the one thing I'd like to ask the directors and other members and stuff here do, if you have an opportunity of a live bar meeting or something going on, invite the presidential candidates to come. And I can promise you, at least when I ran, if somebody called and said, I have a bar meeting, would you like to come? I was there every time I could. And I think you'll find you're going to get the same response from Cindy and Joe also, that they would, you know, appreciate something like that, to get out and meet more lawyers. And I think it's good for the lawyers to get to know our presidential candidates and hear their thoughts and what they plan on doing during their term as president. So if you could invite them to anything, if there's anything going on, I know they'd appreciate it. And that is all I have. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Past President McDougall and Past Chair Ginn. Do we have any questions or comments from the board on the executive committee report? Okay, seeing none. I believe that the report for the next agenda item on the policy manual subcommittee is that there is no report. And so that will save us a little bit of time. Thank you, Director Schrammick. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Director Calvillo to provide a report from the Audit and Finance Committee. Director Calvillo, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. At the end of this report, we're going to ask the board to approve the financial audit for the fiscal year ending May 31st, 2021, the quarterly investment report, and also the internal audit report. But first of all, let's look at our operations for the first 6 months of this year. You'll recall that the bar doesn't operate on a calendar year, or operates on a fiscal year. And so the first 6 months of this current fiscal year are ending November 30th of 2021. So that's the most recent time period that we have for our operations. And the general picture is good. Total revenues exceeded the expenditures and our committed expenditures, and so that's good. It's a net increase in fund balance. That's what you want, and so it's good. Our revenues were almost 23 million. Expenditures and transfers together were a little over 20. So again, that's the direction you want to be: more revenues than expenses. On the next page, we have a chart, and this chart tells the story of where the bar's operations and where the bar's revenues come from. In general, as you might expect, membership dues, the Texas Bar CLE, and then the MCLE fees. Those are the three areas that generate the most revenues for the state bar's operations. But the sub-story within this is highlighted by the different colors. The one in the middle, the orange color there, the orange color bar across the different practice areas is depressed. That's lower than the blue and the gray area. And what that represents, of course, is the COVID year. COVID year was the aberration. And the good news that implicit in this picture, the story is that the gray bar, which represents the current year, is looking better. It's looking healthier, not quite to the pre-pandemic levels, but it's looking good. And I think that's the important story. Okay, next slide. This is the expenditures. This is the other side. We've talked about how much those expenses were as of the first 6 months. This is the same. This is a comparison of the same three periods, 2019 and 2020. And again, you'll see that the expenditures are also depressed. That the reason that the bar has been so healthy the last couple of years is because our expenses were so much lower than we'd budgeted. And as you would expect, that is because we're doing more things more efficiently. We're doing them through Zoom as opposed to the in-person. So that means there's less travel, there's less hotel reservations, et cetera, et cetera. So the picture implicit in here is that although the expenditures have ticked up a little bit, they're still not to pre-pandemic levels, and that has resulted in the overall financial health of the bar's financial picture. Next slide. So we always have a budget. It's always a good operation. It's a good practice to have a budget, so you know where you're going. You kind of keep yourself aligned towards a general direction. And overall, our budget as of the first 6 months, again, is a very positive situation. We have our net revenues on an actual basis are greater to the tune of 3.5 million. We had budgeted for the first 6 months almost a break-even budget, but instead, because we budgeted for a return to normalcy, and we haven't quite gotten back to normalcy, we still have those expenses that are less than we thought. And so again, this is a very positive, very conservative variance that are reflected in our budget to actual. Next slide. So now we talk about the audit report. The audit report, we have two different kinds of audits. We have the internal audit and the external audit. The internal audit is where we have an external firm of professionals look at the bar's operations internally and give us some opinion on how we're operating and whether we're following the appropriate accounting controls and have that under wraps. This is the external audit, where you have an external firm, an external CPA firm that looks our financial statements and says basically to the general public, you can rely on these financial statements that they accurately reflect the operations of the state bar. Next slide. And the external audit firm is the Weaver firm. The Weaver firm issues a letter, their audit report, their audit letter. And what you want out of that is you want a clean audit or an unmodified opinion. What that means is that they have not modified the numbers that Tracy Jarrett and the State Bar's financial division has given them, and that they're generally pretty accurate. And so that's what an unqualified or unmodified opinion is, and that's what we got. We got a clean opinion from the external audit firm. One of the things that we get from the Weaver firm or the external audit CPA firm is two reports. One is a governance letter, and the other is an internal control letter. And both of those are basically the value added that we're getting from having a professional firm like the Weaver firm. They're looking at our operations, they're looking at our financial accounting operations, and they're telling us what they found. So I would commend that to you, that if you want to know more about how our financial operations are operating, look at those letters. They'll give you some assurance that our financial division is very professionally managed, and that the product we're getting from them is what we'd expect to have with a financial enterprise of our size. So we're doing very, very well. As of the previous fiscal year ending May 31st, 2021, our fund balance was strong. We increased our fund balance to the positive tune of $1.6 million, more or less. The fund balance at the beginning of the fiscal year, the previous fiscal year, was 20 million. At the end of the fiscal year ended May 31st, 2021, it had risen to a little over 21, almost 22 million. And so that reflects a strong fund balance, especially when you consider that we have a very conservative budget. And if you dive into the financial statements, you'll see that there's one thing that kind of sticks out. It's a liability called other post-employment benefits. That is mind-numbingly complicated, but I invite you to look at it if you're interested, because it is a very large item on our balance sheet. It is reflected as a liability on our balance sheet because that reflects our state bar's financial division's compliance with something called the Government Accounting Standards Board standards for reflecting post-employment benefits. And basically that reflects the liability, or the unfunded liability, that the bar has with respect to post-employment benefits. It's a large number, but every nonprofit that you have, and especially a governmental operation that you have throughout the state of Texas, for example, they all are going to have a large liability reflected on their balance sheet for this other post-employment benefits line item that you'll see. So don't become alarmed. You're welcome to look at it a little bit more, and if you want to study GASB's, you can find out more about that. Moving on to the next, I guess to the first action item. So we talked about the audit report. This is the external audit report. I'm going to ask y'all on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, we move to approve the fiscal year 20 to 21 annual financial report and the financial audit opinion issued by the Weaver CPA firm.
Thank you, Director Calvillo. Director Calvillo has moved to approve the financial audit for fiscal year ending May 31st, 2021. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? I believe that I see Director Huddleston's hand raised. Director Huddleston, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, yeah, I agree. This is very complex. And so, David, I commend you on effectively being able to communicate all of that. it's very complicated, and that's kind of my bread and butter that I do every day. So well done. And President-elect Gibson, also well done for kind of understanding the budget and the ins and outs of all of this. So I just want to commend both of you guys. Whenever I was going through this, the opinion makes mention of a restatement specifically for that liability that you mentioned, David, about the OPEB. How does that affect, what our current procedures are, or what the state bar's procedures are in the current year to ensure that that doesn't happen again for the current year opinion? Director
Calvillo, do you have an answer?
Yeah, I have an answer, but maybe we should have Tracy make sure that that I stay within the curbs. My first attempt at responding would be that it's a restatement, I think, to ensure that we are complying with the GASB standards, and I think that we feel comfortable that we're doing so from this point forward. That's one of the things that's mentioned, as you note, in the not only in their report, but also in the notes to the financial statement. So I would invite you to look at that. And again, I feel really great that Forrest has joined our team to have a CPA, not just a CPA generally, but somebody that specializes in external audit, like yourself, Director Huddleston, is great. And I know that we're going to appreciate and hopefully fully utilize your talents next year.
Director Huddleston, we have Tracy Jarrett here as well, who's going to address your question. Tracy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Director Vargas. So to answer, I've got part of your question, Director Huddleston. So let me give my response, and if I don't address your question thoroughly, then just let me know. So with regards to the restatement in relation to OPEB, we did have a restatement, and it's with this particular GASB statement, it's a very complicated statement. You're dealing with a large amount of unfunded liability that is reported on our financial statement, which is our share of the state's entire unfunded liability. Now, this particular unfunded liability only affects the government-wide statements. It does not affect the general fund financial statements. But what we're going to do to address trying to make sure this doesn't happen going forward is we consulted with ERS and with the Comptroller's Office whenever we were reviewing how we calculated the unfunded liability. There was some difficulty in determining whether or not the active contributions made for active retirees should be included with the contributions made for the employees in actual retirement. So we were combining the two, and we should have just been reporting the retirees' contributions made on behalf of those who were already in retirement. So going forward, like I said, we're going to be consulting with ERS and the Comptroller's Office before whenever we report on this particular journal entry. So it's a complicated statement, and in doing that, it's very easy to make one error can cause a restatement to the beginning balance. But we think we have a good system in place, and going forward, we're not going to have this happen again.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, it's very complicated, and you do a great job. And I'm sure you guys will go over in the internal audit report as well. The controls are operating very effectively, and I was just curious about making sure how that's not going to happen in the future. But it's very complicated, and I commend you on all of your work as well.
I think it's important to note also, Director Huddleston, and Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's important to note that that restatement does not affect directly the fund balance financial statements. And so that distinction, I think, is important.
Thank you, Director Calvillo, Director Huddleston. Seeing no additional hands raised, and thank you, Tracy, for answering that question. I'm not going to pretend to understand what you just said, but it sounded. With that, seeing no additional hands raised, we're going to take a vote. So all those in favor of approving the financial audit for fiscal year ending May 31st, 2021, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Director Carville.
Thank you. The next slide. The next slide involves what Chairman Gibson, our President-elect Gibson, mentioned. That is the dues allocation. And you've heard us talk about that a couple of times. The dues allocation and the budget disclosures, those are the most visible responses to the McDonald case. And so in order to make sure that we give the public and we give our members the most assurance possible, it was decided that we would get that same accounting firm that gives assurance or level of attestation to our financial statements, that we also engage them to review that allocation methodology. And so they did, pursuant to what they call in the profession, we call it an agreed upon procedure. That agreed upon procedure is that they reviewed the methodology and they issued an opinion that it was mathematically accurate, that it was reasonable, and that in general, hey, there could be some level of assurance that one could have that the dues allocation that's included in our general fund budget and in the other financial statements is it can be relied upon. And so I don't think I need to have an action item onto that, or do I? Let me see. I don't think so.
I believe your next action item is on the quarterly investment report, Director.
Right. So on going back to the dues allocation, let me just say very quickly, I would invite you to look at it and understand it, because it's not complicated. It is very, very simple. It's deceptively simple. And so one of my goals, I guess, in this role is to demystify that dues allocation procedure, because it is so important. It is our visible response. The next item, this is an action item, is the quarterly investment reports. These reports are presented on a quarterly basis, and they reflect the investment funds that we have. And I think we've got we had Nathan Smith, who's a senior managing consultant with our investment firm, the PFM Asset Management, present those investment reports to us at our Audit and Finance Committee Tuesday of this week, and basically showed us how our investments were proceeding. And so for the quarters ending November and August, because we didn't get the August investment reports in time for them to be included as of the previous meeting. So today, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, we moved that the board approve the November 2021 and August 2021 State Bar quarterly investment reports.
Thank you, Director Carville. Director Carville has moved to approve the quarterly investment report for the quarters ending November 30th, 2021 and August 31st, 2021, coming from a committee. No second is needed. Is there any discussion before we take a vote? Okay, seeing no hands raised, all those in favor of approving the quarterly investment report for the quarters ending November 30th, 2021 and August 31st, 2021, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. And Director Carville, I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Okay. The next area is the internal audit. You'll remember that the internal audit is where we have an external firm come in and evaluate the accounting controls and the other practices that the bar has in certain areas. They do this on a rotating basis to make sure that over a several year period, we cover all the major areas. And so today, I'm going to turn it over to Darlene Brown, who's a director with McConnell & Jones, which is our firm, and have her present the results of their internal audit.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's been a long day already, so I'm going to make this as quick as possible. If we could go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to be presenting 3 reports to you today. They were all included on the approved annual internal audit plan for this year. And what's important to note is that there's a difference between what we call a finding and an improvement opportunity. A finding is when we identify an instance where there's either an internal control weakness or non-compliance with the required policy, law, or regulation. And anything else is an improvement opportunity. So that would be that your current processes and internal controls are effective and working, and we just have some recommendation to enhance all of those. So I'd also like to take some time to note that from our interactions with staff this year, it's still clear that everybody that works at the State Bar, their focus is on meeting the member needs. They demonstrated a commitment and a dedication to the organization. And they're also very, very responsive to all of our requests. They responded to our interview requests in a timely manner and provided us all the information. So we were able to do these audits relatively quickly. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the first audit report I have for you is the Public Funds Investment Act Compliance report. Next slide, please. So as of May 31st, 2021, which was our audit period, there was $36.3 million invested, which was pretty similar balance to the prior year. Again, we reviewed all 25 policy requirements and we found no findings. We had no improvement opportunities. And so we rated this is a best practice in current controls where your processes are working effectively and as designed. So this is the second year in a row that we've had best practices in this area, and they're very commendable. It takes a lot of work from everybody involved with investments, from the finance team and the audit and finance committee. Next slide, please. So the next audit, the report that I have for you is the information technology audit. And we know information technology is just so crucial to any organization. So this is a really high risk area to your organization, just like it is everybody in the world now. Next slide, please. So the objectives of this audit were to assess the controls and processes in place to protect all of your information. That includes your internal functional information, such as your financial transactions, in addition to your members' information. We're also looking to make sure that there's appropriate controls in place to protect the technology that you have in place. So we focused on the security policy components, which include how you enforce those policies and the training that is provided to staff. We also looked at security plan contents and updates to make sure that it was adequate. We looked at the process tools and systems in place to protect confidential data. We also looked at the incident response plan to see how you monitor any potential incidents that might be occurring. And if you were to receive any, how do you react to it and how do you report it? And most importantly, what is the process for making corrective actions so it doesn't happen again? We looked at the change management policy to make sure that you have a robust program for documenting any changes that are made to your IT systems. And that includes how you manage your patches when there's updates. We also looked at how there's any testing and deployment processes going on. We looked at the strategic plan content, how frequently it's reviewed and how frequently it's updated. And then finally, we looked at compliance with applicable statutes and policies. We also compared a lot of your IT processes against best practices for information technology, which would be the ISO standards and the NIST standards. Next slide, please. So on this, our audit concluded that in general, controls that we evaluated, they're adequate and appropriate and effective to provide reasonable assurance that your information and your technology is protected. The State Bar has established policies and procedures for IT and data, but we did notice a couple of control weaknesses. We had one high risk finding and two medium risk findings. As a result, we rated the internal controls as some improvement needed. And you'll note that the report itself does not provide a lot of detail, and that is to protect the agency, because with information technology, somebody who wanted to hack into your system could use whatever would be in your report to get a better understanding of how you protect your information and use that against you. So we intentionally kept this at a high level. Our recommendations on this were to update your IT security plan so that the policies and procedures align with your key risks that you're facing within that year and the environment that you actually have. The plan should also include security controls implemented, along with how often the plan should be updated. The second recommendation we had related to IT was that an annual risk assessment of your information technology environment should be conducted. And then that would facilitate the updates to your security plan and also guide you where you need to pay more focus within for your protection efforts for that year. And then lastly, we recommended that you update the information technology guide to incorporate all key policies. So next slide, please. So the last report we have for you is on the minimum continuing legal education program. Next slide, please. So the objective of this one was to make sure that the MCLE program fulfills its duties in protecting the public through monitoring member compliance and statutory required continuing education requirements. Our audit scope period was the last fiscal year, which was June 1st of 2020 through September 30th of 2021. We focused on compliance with applicable regulations and policies. We also looked at how cash, which includes credit cards and checks, is handled, both incoming and outgoing as refunds. We looked at how CL activity is recorded to make sure it's recorded in a timely and complete and accurate manner on member accounts. We looked at the accreditation process and fees assessment and collected for sponsors. We looked at the processes for reviewing the CLE material content. We looked at the MCLE website to make sure that it's accurate and it's regularly updated, and then it's ADA compliant. And then we also looked at the reports that are provided to the MCLE committee for decision-making to make sure that the information that's provided is complete and it's accurate, so to help make with those decisions. Next slide, please. So I thought this was important to point out. You have 7 members in your MCLE program, but over the course of a year, they're managing over 1,000 active sponsors, and they accredited 39,400 courses. They processed 804 administrative suspensions and 536 reinstatements. And this is where the dedication to members comes in, is they proactively made over 3,500 calls to members that looked like they were in potential jeopardy of being placed on administrative suspension, and then collected over $4 million in fees from members, sponsors, courses, and late fees. Next slide. So overall, we concluded the organization has established policies and procedures for the program to fulfill their duties of protecting the public. We did identify one medium risk item, and that was related to access controls. And we also identified 3 opportunities for improvement. So remember, a finding is where there's a weakness in internal control, and an opportunity for improvement is the internal control is effective, but this is a way to enhance it. So next slide, please. So what we did for this report is we laid out the 7 focus areas that we were looking at, and we rated it, we assigned a business risk rating based on what we thought the impact to the mission would be. We also assigned a control rating after our testing was done. And if we noted any improvement areas or findings, we put in our summary recommendation here. So controls for application of penalties are generally effective, and we had no findings. The accuracy, completeness, and timeliness of updating member accounts were generally effective, and we had no findings. CLE attendance reporting, they're generally effective and no findings. The course accreditation timeliness was generally effective with no findings. segregation over the CRM system that's used to update member accounts, including the revenue collection before it gets to Tracy's office for the financial recording. In that area did need some improvement. Next slide, please. So the controls for reviewing CLA materials were generally effective. The course accreditation processes were generally effective. The website maintenance is generally effective, and completeness and accuracy of MCL committee information and reports is generally effective. So we had no findings in any of these areas. Next slide, please. So our first observation, and this is a finding, is it has to do with the access rights to the CRM system that's used to manage the MCLE program. Because your staff is only 7 and they're all cross-trained, each one of those staff members has the same access rights in the CRM system. What that means is that they have access to do everything. And so there's really not a good segregation of duties within the system. And so for that, we recommended that the access rights be updated to meet requirements in the respective job roles. Management's response to that was that to address this risk, that they're going to implement an edit report of the CRM that they review on a weekly or bi-weekly basis to make sure that anything that was posted was authorized and is true. So, and we're in agreement with that, given that you have such a small staff. And so something to consider long-term as your staff increases, you do need to look at getting segregation of duties within the system. So the next couple of items I have for you, they're just opportunities for improvement. Again, the first one, it has to do with access rights. There's a couple individuals within the IT department that have a high level of access to update the information system in addition to creating some changes. So our recommendation there is to review audit logs on a regular basis to make sure that any changes were authorized and that the scripts that were used to make those changes were also authorized. Next slide, please. So our second opportunity for improvement had to do with this annual sponsor renewal process. Staff are reviewing everything that is submitted for the renewal packets. It's just not being documented in the CRM system. So our recommendation there is to document those reviews within the system so there's no questions asked going forward whether or not the review was completed. And then our final improvement recommendation was has to do with the website changes. Currently it's an informal process that's conducted by email. Whenever there's a need for an update or a change on the website, an email is sent to the IT division. It's completed and then sent back to MCLE program staff to make sure that the change was accurate on the website before it goes live. So our recommendation there is to implement a formal change management process that logs and tracks the changes on the website. Next slide, please. So that was the end of my reports, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have on them either today or in the future. And I want to extend my gratitude for you selecting us to serve as your internal auditors again this year.
So the internal audit reports were presented to the Audit and Finance Committee this past week. We met and approved it on our own. Copies of the audit reports are included in your board packet. The full report from their review of the information technology is considered confidential, and so to protect the State Bar, if you'd like to review a copy of the report, you can check with Trey Apfel, and he'll make sure you get that to review it. So on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, we move to approve the internal audit reports presented today by Ms. Brown on behalf of the McConnell and Jones firm.
Thank you, Director Calvillo. Director Calvillo has moved to approve the internal audit reports coming from a committee. No second is required. Is there any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, we're going to go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of approving the internal audit reports, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe that I may have heard, were there directors who voted in opposition to approving the internal audit reports? There may have been delay. Okay. Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. Thank you so much, Director Calvillo. We appreciate all the work that you've put into this. And with that, we're going to move on to agenda item number 14.
Mr. Chair, may I offer one more comment?
Yes, Director Calvillo.
The Audit and Finance Committee will be working with the bar's finance director over the next couple of months to issue a request for proposal for internal audit services for the next 5 years. This is done on a rotating basis as required by the board policy manual. Report on the committee's progress will be made at the next April board meeting. In the interim, I've asked Ms. Jarrett Tracy to identify any historically underutilized businesses to invite them to participate in the request for proposal process. So if any board member knows of any historically underutilized businesses in the internal audit field, we would encourage you to contact Ms. Jarrett and so they can participate in the process. Thank you very much. That
Thank you.
concludes my report.
Any other comments or questions for Director Calvillo? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item number 14.
Wait, I have my hand up. I have one.
Oh, Director Kramer, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I apologize.
We vote to approve these things, and yes, we see the internal controls. They're good. There's issues to be addressed, et cetera. I just want to make sure that there's a process in place that after we approve it, someone's actually doing something about it. And is the audit committee going to follow up on the recommendations on improving internal controls? Is that something Trey's going to be working on? I want to make sure we're actually implementing changes and not just every year looking at the same issues, right?
Director Schrammick, I believe that you have a point of inquiry. Trey, do you want to address that? Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Director Schrammick. I follow up on those routinely so that we address the issues that are raised. So we follow up on that.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Trey. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, with that, we are now going to move on to agenda item number 14. And I would ask Director Rebecca Brooker, Chair of the Administration Committee, to unmute herself and provide her report. You have the floor, Director Brooker.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, everyone. I'm pleased to provide a report on behalf of the Administration Committee's activities. There's a few things to talk about, but I'll try to make it as quick as possible. We recently received recommended changes to the Texas Rules of Evidence from the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee, also known as AREC, A-R-E-C. We also recently received recommended changes to the Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure from the State Bar Court Rules Committee. Today, the board can decide whether to approve the referral of each recommendation to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration. Assuming the board approves the referrals, there would still be an opportunity for review by the Supreme Court and its Supreme Court Advisory Committee before any change would potentially take place. This is important. It would ultimately be up to the court whether to adopt a change, and if the court was considering a change, there would generally be an opportunity for public comments. I think this process was explained in detail earlier today by Director Wooten as well. So the rules that we're going to discuss today are Texas Rules of Evidence 503B1C and 803.16. I said 16, 803, yeah, that's right, 16, sorry. And then Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure 6.5D. And I'm going to try to summarize the proposed changes now. In 503B1C, the first recommendation from AREC deals with this rule and which is the lawyer-client privilege. AREC has recommended amending this provision to include anticipated litigation. So in summary, the proposed change would allow communications with counsel for other parties in related actions that are not yet filed to remain privileged where there is a common interest. The proposed changes would bring Texas law into conformity with Fifth Circuit law and a memo from AREC that includes the text of the proposed change is included in your materials. The administration committee met in December, and we voted to approve the referral of AREC's recommendation to the Supreme Court for consideration. Earlier this month, the executive committee for the State Bar also voted to approve the referral of the recommendation. So now, on behalf of the administration committee, I move that the board approve the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee regarding Texas Rules of Evidence 503 B1C to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Thank you, Director Brooker. Director Brooker has moved to approve the referral of recommendation from the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee regarding Texas Rule of Evidence 503 B1C to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration. Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion before we take a vote? Seeing no hands raised, all those in favor of approving the referral of the recommendations from the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee regarding Texas Rule of Evidence 503 B1C to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. Director Brooker, you have the floor.
Thank you. The second recommendation from AREC would amend Texas Rules of Evidence 803-16, which deals with the ancient documents hearsay exception. This is to make it consistent with the federal ancient document exception. Currently, the Texas rules accepts from the hearsay rule. Oh, that's my phone. Ignore it. I don't know how to make it turn off. Hold on. Okay, sorry. The Texas rule accepts from the hearsay rule, and I'm going to quote, a statement in a document that is at least 20 years old and whose authenticity is established, end quote. In 2017, the federal rules of evidence were amended to change the 20-year requirement to instead be based on a specific date. So under the federal rules, the ancient documents exception applies to a statement in a document that was prepared prior to January 1st of 1998 and whose authenticity is established. This proposed change actually tracks the federal provision and it's really intended to address the concerns about admitting unreliable electronically stored information. And a memo again about this change, proposed change from AREC, is in your materials. So the administration committee, again, we met in December. We voted to approve this referral of AREC's recommendation of the Supreme Court for consideration. And then again, a few weeks ago, the executive committee also voted to approve the referral of the recommendation. So on behalf of the administration committee, I move that the board approve the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee regarding Texas Rules of Evidence 803-16 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Thank you, Director Brooker. Director Brooker has moved to approve the referral of recommendations to the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee regarding Texas Rule of Evidence 803-16 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion before we take a vote? Okay, seeing no hands raised, we're going to take a vote. All those in favor of approving the referral of recommendations from the State Bar Administration of Rules of Evidence Committee regarding Texas Rule of Evidence 803-16 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. Director Brooker, you have the floor.
Thank you. Last one. The Court Rules Committee has recommended amending Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure 6.5D, which currently exempts a withdrawing lawyer from certain procedural requirements if the client will continue to be represented by counsel by way of substitution. However, in some cases, a client will continue to be represented by counsel in the appellate court without a substitution. So a common example is where a partner and an associate at the same firm appear on behalf of a client, and the associate then later moves to a different firm, and this happens. To simplify the withdrawal motion, in such cases, the proposed change would exempt a withdrawing attorney from including certain information in their withdrawal motion if they are not lead counsel and the lead counsel continues to represent the client in the appellate court. So a memo from the Court Rules Committee that includes the text of this proposed change is included in your materials. The Administration Committee met in December and voted to approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee recommendation to the Supreme Court for consideration. And then earlier this month, the Executive Committee also voted to approve the referral of the recommendation. So on behalf of the Administration Committee, I move that the board approve the referral of the recommendation from the State Bar Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure 6.5D to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Thank you, Director Brooker. Director Brooker has moved to approve the referral of recommendations from the State Bar Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 6.5D to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration. Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, we will take a vote. All those in favor of approving the referral of recommendations from the State Bar Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 6.5D to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and is adopted. Director Brooker, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Director Brooker? Okay, thank you so much, Director Brooker. We appreciate all of your hard work. And with that, we're going to move on to agenda item number 14B. And I'd ask that Director Michael Hurst provide a report from the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been my honor to chair so far the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee. We have met a couple of times since our last meeting and have had very robust participation by many members of the committee, including our current president and president-elect and immediate past president. The first time we met was in December to begin discussion of our strategic planning. Our group identified several initial areas of interest for strategic planning, all of which are consistent with reports that have been given today and then some. And we met again last week with Elizabeth Dorico. And our meeting last week was also very productive, and we came up with a lot of very good ideas, a lot of things that will be very important to incorporate into our strategic plan on a going forward basis. We further identified and discussed areas that we will put into our strategic planning report. We focused quite a bit on performance goals and performance measures against those goals, as well as identifiable data. We also focused quite a bit on what the members of the Bar Association and what the public can see and how we report to them on the updates on things like the courthouse and trials and the backlog of the courthouse system. I will conclude my report by saying that the subcommittee plans to keep meeting regularly to discuss further and advance these strategic goals and ideas. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer any questions.
Director Hurst. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Director Hurst? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item number 15. And I believe Director Christina Davis is going to provide the report for the DCAP subcommittee.
Thank you, Chairman Vargas. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep my report short. I will be giving this report today on behalf of the DCAP committee. We have been busy reviewing the recommendations made by the Public Protection, Grievance Review, and Client Security Fund Task Force report. You may recall that the board referred this report to DCAP's committee last June. As we reported in September, we divided up the task force report into 3 subcommittees so that we could look at each of the task force recommendations very carefully. The subcommittees have been gathering information and statistics from the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office to give us an idea of the disciplinary system, of how the disciplinary system is functioning. We are thankful that Shauna Willing, the Chief Disciplinary Counsel, has been so helpful in getting us the information we need and answering questions for us. I know I've participated in at least one meeting that she presented to us, and it was fantastic. We've also been getting input from stakeholders within the grievance system. For example, one of the subcommittees, has met with regional councils from the CDC and also grievance committee chairs from throughout the state. The grievance committee chairs have a unique perspective, and we did get some valuable feedback from them. The subcommittees are wrapping up their work. There are still some meetings left with the Client Security Fund staff and committee chair to gather information about that program. We will develop our recommendations and put all of this information into a report for the board's consideration in April or maybe June at the latest. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Director Davis. Do we have any comments or questions from the directors on the DCAP subcommittee? All right, seeing none. We're going to move on now to agenda item number 16. And with us today, we have Mr. Louis Kennard, who's going to provide a report from the Committee on Disciplinary Rules and Referenda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Vargas. I appreciate everybody. I want you to look at the report in the packet, so I won't read it to you. I want to make sure that you do recognize, though, that you are an extremely important part of our committee. We consider you all extended members of our in fact, the whole bar, because we can't operate without you. I think that the system is working. We've gotten this new institution off the ground, and I appreciate all of your help with the last rules vote. It was great to see all 8 items pass. We've already obviously been sending you some new work and things to consider. And guess what? We have more on the way. So I appreciate, again, everything we get. The DCAP committee is great. We appreciate Shauna Willing's support as well. I think if you can look at the packet on page 7, there's a chart of all the items we've been working on. And then as importantly, texasbar.com/CDRR. That's where you can sign up, get on our emailing list, submit comments, questions, respond, ask questions, make suggestions. We take it from everybody everywhere all the time. It's a 24-hour email address, so please do sign up, participate, join in, and continue to give us your support. Happy to take questions. The report, I think, is pretty comprehensive, and I don't want to just take more time just by telling you what's already there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kennard. Do we have any questions or comments from directors? All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kennard, for your report.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Next, we're going to move on to agenda item 17A, and I'd ask Director Todd Smith to unmute himself and provide the report from the Appeals Grant Review Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 2 items to report on. The Appeals Grant Review Subcommittee received 2 requests for authorization to seek outside funding. The materials for this request are located in Board Effect under the Appeals and Grants Committee tab. Board policy requires internal entities such as committees and the TYLA to obtain approval from the Appeals and Grants Committee to seek outside funding for their projects. And so, as I said, we have 2 requests. The first request was submitted by Law Focused Education Incorporated. They're seeking authorization to obtain a grant funding from the Texas Bar Foundation. The grant will fund a project called Legal Beagle, a children's book. It's a project that educates students about the role of lawyers in the legal profession by explaining what attorneys do. The target audience of this book would be elementary school age students. The second request was by the Texas Young Lawyers Association to seek funding from the Texas Bar Foundation for their project called How Texas Courts Work. This project educates students, members of the media, and the general public about how the state judicial branch works. The Appeals and Grants Subcommittee unanimously approved these requests to seek funding from the Texas Bar Foundation. There are no state bar funds being allocated or used for these programs. No action is required by the board on these items. These are report items only. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Director Smith. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 17B, and I'd ask that Director Luis Cardenas provide the report from the Professional Development Subcommittee.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Professional Development Subcommittee met jointly with the CLE Committee back on November 2nd via Zoom to discuss some CLE topics and some of the publications. And hear reports from staff on finances and operations. And we're going to have our next meeting on May 18th. The Texas Bar CLE and Texas Bar Book staff attended an ACLEA mid-year conference this week, and the ACLEA is an international organization for CLE professionals, and the mid-year conference was held in Austin this year. And Virginia Isaguirre from Texas Bar CLE and Jim Norman from the Texas Bar Books served on the planning committee for the conference, and several Texas Bar CLE and Texas Bar Book staff members were invited to speak. And Texas Lawyer Assistance Program Director Erica Grigg was a plenary speaker for the event. Also, the State Bar of Minority Affairs and the 2021 TMCP Steering Committee, the Texas Minority Council Program Steering Committee, have decided to cancel the Texas Minority Council program scheduled for February 9th through 11th in Houston due to the recent COVID surge. The next TMCP is scheduled for November 2nd through 4th, 2022 in Dallas, and it will be the program's 30th anniversary. Registration for the conference is open, and you can learn more by visiting the texasbar.com/TMCP. And also, if interested, forms are being accepted until January 31st for attorneys that would like to apply and serve on the TMCP steering committee. Also, as always, in order to offset the cost of the CLE for lawyers that may need financial assistance, Texas Bar CLE offers full and partial scholarships for all the programs. And the application is easy, it's quick, it's confidential, and scholarships are also available for the Texas Bar Books online publication. So please let everyone know. That concludes my report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Director Cardenas. Do we have any comments or questions from the board for Director Cardenas? All right, seeing none, we're going to now move on to agenda item number 17C. And I'd ask Director Christina Davis to provide the report from the Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee. Director Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Vargas. Okay, just a quick report here. Couple big picture things. First of all, as a reminder, the Texas Bar Private Insurance Exchange is the exclusive marketplace for the Texas legal community to get access to insurance products. They serve individuals and groups. Members will receive concierge level service and access to complimentary benefits that they won't get on the open market. The 2022 federal health insurance open enrollment ended on January 15th. We currently have 62,659 product enrollments. Major medical enrollments alone total 14,798. This one's pretty significant, I think. The subcommittee voted to add guaranteed issue life insurance as a complimentary benefit for all Texas attorneys. Whether you have insurance or not through the exchange, this is a benefit that you can enroll in, and you certainly should. Coming soon, I will be presenting the subcommittee's work on insurance products that focus on succession planning. The plan is to have a portal that highlights products specifically to help members plan for retirement and to be ready for the unexpected. We will keep the board updated, but hope to roll this out during the next fiscal year. And then just a couple notes on some subcommittee projects. First of all, Bank of America, dating back to the 90s, the bar has partnered with Bank of America to offer banking services. That agreement ends this June. Most bars have had a similar offer, and we are one of the last to still have it, but Bank of America is exiting the affinity market, so this isn't an option for us anymore. This agreement has generated roughly $70,000 in non-dues revenue annually. To continue offer banking services, the subcommittee has recommended a Visa offer from ICM, Investor Cash Management. ICM provides a unique combination of banking and investing. I will keep you all up to date as this progresses, but be on the lookout for this. Plus, we have a new travel offer. Travel is the most popular benefit to our members. We are continuing to look into the best discounts for our members. Keep an eye out in your monthly benefits email for new travel offers upcoming. And of course, please visit texasbar.com/benefits to learn more about the offers that we have for our members. Thank you all. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Director Davis. Do we have any comments or questions from the board for Director Davis? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 17D. And I believe we have a report from Director Shimbato on the Technology Oversight Subcommittee. Director Shimbato?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Technology Oversight Subcommittee met, Tuesday of this week and received a report on technology initiatives at the bar. Since the start of the pandemic, bar staff have taken on a number of projects to improve operations and services. One such project was the introduction of Microsoft 365 cloud services to provide enhanced cybersecurity and give staff increased email and file storage capacity. It will also allow easier communication through chat and video conferencing with MS Teams. Another project involved upgrading the data backup system. Backups are no longer stored on tape. They're now uploaded to the cloud. This is seen as a critical component of the bar's business continuity plan. And backups are also faster. Full data backups took 5 days in the past. Now they can be done in less than 8 hours. Cloud-based services have also improved the bar's ability to recover from a catastrophic disaster, with recovery times going from 7 days to under 24 hours. As the executive director mentioned earlier in his report, the much anticipated advertising review portal was launched in December. The system allows online submission of advertising media for review, which will simplify and expedite the submission process. It'll also give greater transparency into application processing, improve communication with the advertising review departments, etc. There are a couple of projects that are slated to start next month. First, the IT department will begin replacing the existing phone system next month in February. The new phone system will be cloud-based to, among other things, allow staff to take office calls from home or while traveling. And as the president-elect mentioned in her report, the new case management software has been selected by the Office of the Chief Disciplinary Counsel to manage the grievance process from start to finish. And this has been a year-long project and is scheduled to be implemented within the next few weeks. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Shimbato. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we will now move on to agenda item number 18. And I'd ask Director Kim Pack-Wilson to provide the report from the ad hoc committee to select at-large directors.
Thank you, Chair. There are 4 at-large director positions on the State Bar Board, and at the annual meeting next June, the term will expire for 2 of the positions. Both the terms for Luis Cardenas and Andy Almazan will be ending, and there is a process spelled out in the board policy to fill the position. Andy Almazan serves as the chair of the ad hoc committee to select at-large members. He was unable to join us on this rescheduled board meeting date. And the other members besides myself on the committee are Brittany Harrison, Kellyanne Clark, and Yolanda Cortez Matas. December 1st was the deadline to submit nominations to the State Bar. This year, there were 10 nominations received for consideration. The ad hoc committee reviewed these nominations and determined that we would interview all 10 of the nominees. They all had exceptional experience, and we felt it was necessary to interview all of them. The committee will conduct interviews on February 3rd. We will be doing that this year again by Zoom, though we had planned originally in person. And we will recommend 4 nominees to President Sylvia Barón de Firth for consideration. Of those 4, President Barón de Firth will choose 2 nominees and submit the appointments to the board for consideration at the April board meeting. This is a very competitive process with very well qualified nominees to consider. The quality of all the nominees was extraordinary, as they were from all over the state and had different practice areas and unique experiences. The committee anticipates submitting very strong nominees to the president for consideration. Our committee looks forward to taking on this important task this year. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Director Peck-Wilson. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 19, and I'd ask Director Deborah Cordova to provide the report from the section representatives to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we couldn't physically gather today here in McAllen, I know that our legal community will welcome you with open arms in September. So we look forward, even though I won't be serving on the board, I look forward to hopefully seeing and catching up with everyone in September. So the sections are strong and they're continuing to do great work on behalf of their members. Last year, membership was down slightly across the board, with some sections even seeing as much as a 15% drop in membership. Their membership numbers have largely recovered this year, with many sections actually achieving an increase from pre-pandemic levels. The sections department has worked with sections throughout the pandemic to pivot to virtual programming and member benefits, and then back to some return to normalcy. Just like everything else, they have moved on to virtual events for January and February. The section representatives to the board will have 2 openings for 3-year terms for the upcoming year. One for a representative from a large section and one for a representative for a medium section, which would be my position. Applications will go out at the end of March. If you know someone who is active and knowledgeable about state bar sections, please encourage them to apply. The Council of Chairs was scheduled to meet at the Law Center on the 25th of February. But the leadership decided, and the section representative committee both decided, that it is important to have a section chairs in live or in-person meeting. And they haven't had an opportunity to do so since the pandemic began. So we have postponed the meeting until May 16th. Finally, the sections department and the legal department are working with the sections individually and as a whole to make sure they are aware of and in compliance with the recent changes to the board policy manual. This concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Director Cordova. Do we have any questions or comments from the board for Director Cordova? All right, seeing none, we're now going to move on to agenda item number 20. And I believe that we have Bobby Ramirez and Shauna Willing here to provide the report from the Commission for Lawyer Discipline and Chief Disciplinary Counsel. Mr. Ramirez, I believe you have the floor.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. I will be giving you some statistics basically regarding disciplinary actions which were undertaken during the second quarter, which is basically September 1st through November 30th. Out of 135 complaints that were filed, there were 101 resolved through sanctions. And the following is, I believe, is in the material that is presented to you. But of the sanctions that were imposed, basically it resulted in 8 disbarments, 17 resignations in lieu of discipline, 64 suspensions, 16 public reprimands, 49 private reprimands, and 40 disposed through the grievance referral program. Also of note, as a result of the proceedings, $148,069 were recovered in attorney's fees collected through the end of November. This represents a slight increase over the amount which was collected over the same period in 2020. I'm going to touch on the disciplinary statistics. Shauna Willing is going to be following up with you regarding appointments to the grievance committee process. And I want to thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Bobby, and thank you, members, for your patience today. Just wanted to let you know that the grievance committee appointment process is starting up in February. So in the next few weeks, you are going to hear from our regional offices, letting you know what vacancies are going to need to be filled. And that is one of your responsibilities, to look for potential candidates to both filled attorney positions and public member positions on our various committees. I just point out there's some information in your materials, but also the things that are going to be most useful and you will hear from, if you haven't already, from the Ombudsman. Some of the issues that people do bring up from time to time is that the grievance committees do not reflect the diversity, both ethnic, racial, and gender of the state and of our practice. So we do ask that you look at candidates for nomination and consider gender, ethnicity, and race diversity, as well as law firm size. We want to make sure that the panels who do hear cases mostly involving small firm and solo practitioners, that there are members on those committees that also practice in that area as well. Criminal, family, personal injury, and immigration law continue to be the most common areas of grievances. And so if you would look for people with that expertise, that would be extremely helpful as well. The process, as I mentioned, begins in February. We need all the nominations completed and sent to our office no later than May 1st. We're going to do the background checks, and then those nominations, once everyone's gone through that process, are going to be sent to the president, and she has until June 1st to make the final appointments. And so coordinate and work with our regional council and be responsive if you can as early in the process as possible, so that there aren't any delays in getting that done. And if you have any questions, reach out to me and I can connect you with the staff in the regional office where you're located if you have questions or need additional information. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Bobby Ramirez or Shauna Willing?
Yes, I do.
Dr. Calvillo.
Bobby Ramirez was the instrumental in inviting me, encouraging me, kicking me to serve on the grievance committee a million years ago when I was a young lawyer. And it was one of the most satisfying things that I ever did for the bar. So thank you, Bobby, for your continued service. And I'd encourage other directors to invite people. You need good people on the grievance committee. And Bobby made one mistake with me, but I'm sure the rest of you will be much better judge of characters than he was. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Director Godvio. Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item number 21. And I'd ask Ms. Stephanie Lowe to provide the Ombudsman update.
Yes, thank you very much. As the chairman said, I'm Stephanie Lowe. I'm the Ombudsman for the Attorney Discipline System of the State Bar of Texas. I'm here to give a brief presentation on my office's annual report, which covers the activity of my office from September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2021. A copy of the report will be available to you after this presentation. So I'm just going to go through any highlights of the report and then take any questions that you have. So my office was created during the last sunset review of the State Bar of Texas, which occurred during the 85th legislative session. The Sunset Commission and the statute that created my office provide that my office is a source of information for the public about the attorney discipline system, a monitor of the grievance system, independent and confidential. While it imbued my office with certain duties and powers to accomplish these goals, the legislature also made it clear that there are things that I'm prohibited from doing, including drafting a complaint or acting as an advocate for a member of the public, reversing or modifying a finding or judgment in any disciplinary proceeding, or intervening in any disciplinary matter. I'm now going to briefly discuss some statistics about the inquiries that my office received during this reporting period. I received 785 inquiries this year, which is an approximately 36% increase from the 578 inquiries received during the last reporting period. As shown on the pie chart on page 3, I can receive inquiries in a variety of ways, including phone, email, State Bar of Texas website, referrals from the Supreme Court of Texas, referrals from the State Bar of Texas, mail, and fax. This reporting period saw a fairly drastic change in the contact method demographics, with email surpassing phone to become the most frequent way that inquirers got in touch with me at 50.8%. This 10% increase in email traffic was accompanied by a 3% increase in people who contacted me via the State Bar of Texas's website and a 13% decrease in phone communication. Although merely anecdotal, I believe that the increasing dominance of email is likely due to my office providing people with my email contact information on its outgoing voicemail message, which may incentivize callers to communicate electronically instead of or in addition to their phone call. Now onto the content of those inquiries. While the majority of individuals, 43%, contacted my office to get information on the grievance process, this figure did drop 6% from last reporting period, as seen on the chart on page 5. On the other hand, the number of people who contacted me to attempt to file a new grievance saw a corresponding increase of 6%. Other reasons for contacting my office included questions about a pending matter, complaints about a concluded case, requests for lawyer or legal advice, rule change suggestions, and miscellaneous. Beyond the standard statistics about inquiries already discussed, my office also took down additional information, such as the types of cases inquirers were contacting my office about and the alleged attorney behavior that is the subject of inquiry. The most enlightening of these extra statistics was noting when an inquirer identified him or herself as an attorney, there was a small but noticeable increase in the number of people who noted their attorney status contacting my office this year was 6.6% as compared to last year's 4.5%. Hopefully this means that my office is becoming more visible in the attorney community and will continue to do so in the future. When responding to inquiries, I of course customize my response based on inquiry specifics, but have been able to develop a standard response to individuals asking for more information on the attorney discipline system. A redacted copy of such a response is included as Exhibit 4 to the appendix. The response method statistics shown on the charts on page 7 of the report continue the trend of increased electronic communication, with email responses increasing by 8% and phone and mail responses decreasing by 6% and 2% respectively. My office strives to provide every response as quickly as possible. Even with the challenges presented by COVID-19 and the winter storms last year, my average turnaround time to respond to an inquiry remained short at 2 days, and 75% of the inquiries were handled within a day. I'm now going to discuss the common complaints I heard about the system as highlighted in my report. As was true during the last reporting period, complaints about transparency were the most common category of complaints received by my office. Complainants persisted in believing that they did not receive a satisfactory explanation of why their grievance was dismissed and continued in their belief that the grievance process is opaque and difficult to understand. Of particular note during this reporting period, my office received more comments about inquirers' frustration with the hearing process. Specifically, many people allege that the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office does not provide enough information about who will be in attendance and what their role in the process will be. Additionally, some noted that they were confused about the deadline to submit documents for consideration at a hearing. As was true with previous years, complainants continued to allege bias in the disciplinary process. As Shauna just mentioned, racial bias was a repeated topic, with some inquirers pointing out that the racial makeup of the panels, the rule on grievances, do not reflect the diversity of complainants, respondents, or the state overall. Additionally, my office received renewed objections to the alleged favoritism shown to attorneys, with many complainants claiming that respondents received too many extensions to provide responses to grievances and were given partial treatment during hearings. Beyond those two categories, inquirers continue to complain about the investigation process, noting that the assigned investigator rarely contacted them and seemed to be unfamiliar with the facts of the grievance. Additionally, complaints persisted that people did not receive the notes that the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office sent concerning their grievances. Based on these comments, I made some recommendations for improvements in my report. It is worth noting that I strove to make different recommendations from those that I made in previous years. Additionally, it continues to be true that the disciplinary system is very well run, but like any organization, it can always improve. My first recommendation is that the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office provide complainants and respondents with a way to indicate their preferred contact method. As noted, many people complained that they did not receive notice of decisions on their grievances, with some noting that they had tried to notify the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office the best way to get in touch with them. To better ensure that individuals receive proper notice, I suggest that the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office provide a way to indicate preferred contact method on the grievance form and on the initial notice sent to respondents. If this proves too logistically difficult, I suggest that the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office at least try to honor any request for a particular contact method. My second recommendation is for the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office to provide complainants and respondents with more information about the hearing process. I know that they already provide a good amount of information to participants, but based on complaints, A bit more explanation might help ease confusion. For example, if the individual will be able to attend the hearing, they should specifically be told what they will and will not be allowed to do. The notice could also include any deadlines for submitting additional documentation for consideration by the panel. Hopefully this will lead to less confusion around the hearings and make people more prepared for any potential outcome. I want to thank you for taking some time to listen and consider my report, and I open it to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Are there any questions from the board or any comments from the board for Ms. Lowe? Okay, seeing none, we're going to skip ahead a couple of items in the agenda. Specifically, we're going to move on to agenda item number 23D. We're going to hear from our federal judicial liaison, the Honorable Michael Troncalli, and he will provide the report from the federal judiciary. Mr. Troncalli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The federal courts are active in Texas. As I reported at our last meeting, we were able to keep our dockets moving during the height of the pandemic, and we did so safely. We thought we'd gotten through the pandemic, but we've now had to reinstate our protocols to protect all who come before the court, as well as our staffs. Judges are using video and telephonic proceedings to keep the docket moving. The Fifth Circuit is now returning to an in-person conference this May. So we're looking forward to returning to our annual meeting of all the judges in the Fifth Circuit. Also, the administrative office in DC is actually returning to in-person educational conferences at different locations throughout the country. So we're optimistic that we're moving forward during these trying times. Now, the activity levels of the courts appear to be increasing. I handle mostly civil cases in Beaumont and 100% of the civil cases in the Lufkin division. In a one-year period from 2020 to 2021, we saw an increase in 9.8% in civil filings in the Beaumont division and a 21.7% increase in civil filings in the Lufkin division. Throughout the Eastern District, we saw an increase in civil filings of 7.6% since 2018. Other areas of the state are seeing increases in civil as well as criminal filings. Now, there are various explanations given for this increase, but I think there's one factor that we can all accept, and that is the population growth in Texas. So I want to plant a seed with the state bar. We often hear about the need for new infrastructure due to population growth, roads, water, projects, schools, but we don't hear very much about the need for an increase in our judicial infrastructure. I think in the years ahead, you're going to hear some questions asked. Do we have enough courtrooms in high growth areas of the state? Do we have enough judges with appropriate support staff? Are we investing in existing courthouses to keep them functional and efficient, including the use of modern technology? Are we providing sufficient funding to support our court-appointed defense lawyers and the United States Probation Department? And are we thinking about jail facilities to hold pretrial detainees with appropriate facilities for defendants to meet and confer with their lawyers? I predict these are some of the issues that we will confront in the years ahead. And since these issues affect the administration of justice for all people, I hope that the leadership of the state bar will be interested, concerned, and involved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Judge Troncalli. Do we have any questions or comments from the board for Judge Troncalli? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item number 23E. And we're going to hear from our out-of-state lawyer liaison, Rocky Ronnie. Rocky, do you have a report for us?
I do not. There's no report for the out-of-state.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I've been informed that our general counsel, Ross Fisher, does not have a report today, so we're going to move over that and go straight at this point into closed session. The time is now 3 p.m. and the State Bar Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel, including regarding pending or contemplated litigation, including McDonald versus Firth in the U.S. Supreme Court and Bennett versus State Bar of Texas in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Texas. With the exception of board liaisons and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from the closed section. At this time, we will have a 5-minute recess for our moderator, Jen, to put any members of the 2021-2022 board, including section representatives and board liaisons, into a breakout room for the closed session. All other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, will remain watching the broadcast. We will notify the public when we're 5 minutes out from returning to open session. Directors attending via Zoom, please make sure that your video is on so that we can visually confirm your identity during closed session. And also important for those appearing by Zoom, and we've touched on this a couple of times already, please do not use the chat feature while we're in closed session for open record purposes. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break and move everybody into the closed session. Okay. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. It is now 3:28 p.m. and the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultations with legal counsel concerning pending or contemplated litigation matters were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. With that, I do not believe that we have a report from legal counsel today. Is that correct? Okay. And so lastly, we're going to read the mission statement together before we adjourn. But before we do that, I want to take a moment to remind you all how lucky we are to have such a great team here at the Texas Law Center. And let me tell you what I mean. Earlier this morning, whenever we started this meeting, we encountered unexpected technical difficulties. And the team that we have here got together, folks like Craig Chapman, Jennifer Reams, Trey Atbell, Chris Ritter, Brad Johnson, Kaylin Laney, Lowell Brown, put their heads together and within a matter of minutes to a little bit over an hour, figured out a solution. Let me tell you guys, we have a heck of a team here. We're very lucky. The other option was to reschedule the meeting for another day and take additional time from you. But the team that we have here put their heads together and figured out a solution. And I just want to say I'm very proud and pleased with the job that our group here has done and want to thank them for that. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to put up the mission statement on the screen and review it together. Okay. The mission of the State Bar of Texas is to support the administration of the legal system, ensure all citizens equal access to justice, foster high standards of ethical conduct for lawyers, enable its members to better serve their clients and the public, educate the public about the rule of law, diversity, and the administration of justice as practice of law. Thank you all for being so patient with us today, for sticking with us, and thank you for helping us make up a lot of time. It's now 3:30 p.m. Despite our late start today, we've been able to finish early. It's due to a lot of your hard work and due to the hard work of our staff. And with that, can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Okay, August Harris moved to adjourn. And I believe that Director Calhoun did. And with that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Way to go, Santos.
Great job, Santos.
Great job, Santos.
The meeting's adjourned. Thank you all for your patience and